This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Hello. I just had to fix the title really quick there. It seemed, I don't know, it didn't update. I changed all those things, and then sometimes when you go live, you go over and look at it, and it's like, wow, that's about something from like 2 weeks ago. So, it's just basically a call-in show for Delphi and the Idaho 4. I think I'm going to start doing that more on the weekends, the call-in. Yeah. All right. Very cool, very cool. Thank you, Cheryl Bullock. And guess what? I didn't have time today. I was so busy to do the... So tomorrow we'll have to do tonight's show and yesterday's show for the spins at the end. But I have located 5 notebooks that are still good that I can send out, so that's good. Because I have some that I have to order. I think I'm just gonna order the same ones. I kind of like them. They just come. But what I might do is order pens that are a little better that I can slide in there. You know, there's a little band that holds the pencil on, but even if it breaks, you just, you put the pen on the notebook, with that little clip thing that they come with. Thanks, Ozzy Helen. Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting on the map that I was just showing you guys earlier. I gotta get a different screen than this. That one, I don't like it. I never use it. Yeah, this one. Hold on. Look at that. There's the We Are Freaks hoodie right there. Yeah, so it's interesting to me that they want all the cameras in this area over here, and then down this way. Why not over here? They must be really certain, and they probably have been able to determine which way the person left, and have checked other cameras that don't show anything, and man, it's weird. So I think that's pretty interesting. But I keep saying that, but it is. That's interesting, and also the Zena and Ethan, they really want to dial in their timeline when apparently Kaylee was the target. Any one of them, I guess, could have brought somebody home, I guess. And how come theirs is so hard to pin down? They were freaking... They were at a Sigma Chi, right? What's so hard about that? It seems like it'd be really easy. Oh, yeah. I remember seeing him the whole time. Yeah, we were talking over here. We're talking here. And then they left. Instead, it's just really complex. Kind of like... what's going on? Yeah. Hey, thanks, Annie T. And Ozzy Helen, Cheryl Bullock. And a new member, 7 Alibis. And this, I want to say, this is a safe place for you guys to say things like murder, or suicide, and words that are commonly used in society, okay? If you're somebody that gets triggered by that, just know that we say those words here, and we might say them. And to be honest with you, if you do get triggered by those kind of things, you probably shouldn't be in the true crime genre following it, because those words are said, you know? You know, when you have channels that say, I'm the compassionate one because I use those terms, they're full of crap, okay, is what they are. It's not real. It's totally bogus. Those are real words that were really used because they describe and tell people what's going on in the world. You know? I'm compassionate, so we use trigger warning. I give you a trigger warning message. Really? Give me a break. God. Sick. Why can't I make it 5 even? I don't know. Yeah, why can't you make it 5 even? I have no idea. Yeah, at the beginning of the program, I need to add a lot more to my initial, the statement that I make at the beginning. Definitely have to boost that up a little bit. Yeah, so you guys probably saw that Richard Allen in the Delphi case, Delphi suspect, this is Fox 59, he requests public funds to pay for his defense. Defense attorneys for Delphi suspect Richard Allen are requesting additional public funds to pay for experts. I bet you what he should do is do a GoFundMe. And there's a lot of YouTubers that would love to send him money because they're nuts. Allen, who's accused of killing Libby, and it says Abby Williams and Libby German in February 2017, is being defended by a pair of court-appointed. I'm just kidding. Court-appointed attorneys Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie, I think he calls himself. In court documents filed Thursday in Carroll County, Allen's attorney asserted their client can't afford the costs of representation. In court documents filed Thursday in Carroll County, Allen's attorneys asserted their client cannot afford the cost of representation and associated expenses. Well, what do you mean? You're court appointed. Allen had initially indicated he would hire private counsel before requesting a public defender in a handwritten letter in which he begged for the mercy of the court. Defendant is without funds and cannot afford the cost of representation, including expert fees. Well, I mean, you're representing him because you have to, right? I mean, don't court-appointed attorneys have to take that client? Like, that's part of one of their duties, right? So when they say you can't be afforded, what does that even mean? I remember the Jodi Arias case. They got a whole bunch of extra funds to, I guess, the attorneys got paid a little extra money. Plus, she got a ton of funds for hiring witnesses and so forth. Yeah, but they get paid by the state if they're court appointed. So it's not like they get to say, well, Richard, we're court appointed, but we're going to start billing your ass. They can't do that stuff. They're court appointed. Like he just got lucky maybe that he got a couple decent ones. Defendant is without funds and cannot afford it. The public funds would go towards paying for expert witnesses, transcript fees, and investigator costs. His attorneys wrote. Okay, so not them. All right. The attorneys, but above it sounded different. The attorneys asked that a hearing on the request be held in private before Judge Francis Gold to explain their need for funds. They would need to reveal their defense strategy to the court. That's kind of... that sort of seems unfair that they would have to do that. But then how would you give the funds? But by doing so, it gives the prosecution the ability to cater their arguments against your defense. A public hearing could jeopardize their ability to mount an effective defense because they would have, would have to disclose their theory in public. The filing doesn't say how much funding Allen's lawyers are, and plus they'd be embarrassed to write their theory in there. Well, Richard Allen our client was on the bridge that day, and in fact he is the one that the girls saw standing on platform 1. He then dove into the water to catch one of those fish that he saw, and this other person showed up wearing almost exactly the same clothing that he had on, and he's the one that you see on the other side of the bridge. It was almost a doppelganger of sorts. Yeah, it'd be pretty strange. You gotta admit, it'd be a pretty wild theory, right? Like, how would you come up with one that even made sense? Yeah. Well, he was doing stock tickers. He saw a fish, and I don't know what he's doing. Yeah. Until that hearing takes place, Goal has instituted a gag order barring Allen, his attorneys, prosecutors, law enforcement, court staff, and family members from making extrajudicial statements by means of public communication. And, this picture right here is the one that every time I look at, that's the guy, man. I mean, when you see that picture right there, and you can see his face in there. Exactly the same goatee. I wouldn't even be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he doesn't have that same hat underneath a hoodie over there. Although sometimes it does look like that hat that we see when he's playing pool. It's weird. And for those of you who don't know the Delphi case, it's a crazy one. Most everybody in here knows about it, right? But, I mean, I can't imagine there's people in here that don't know about the case. At this point. Yeah. And when he's playing pool, it's interesting how he has that, little hat on. You could see maybe it could be that one. Like it makes brazen request. No, it's not. I mean, I don't know. I don't like when headlines are sensationalistic, Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen has made a bold plea after his arrest for the horrific deaths of Libby and Abby. Richard Allen's attorneys asked for the court funding to hire experts. Yep. And this is them. This is probably 2 or 3 years before they were murdered. Maybe 2 years. And if you look at that picture, that's what he looks like now. But the one that we were just looking at was like 2018, which is right near the murder. So he tried to change his look drastically over the years. Libby 14 and Abby 13 were found dead in a Delphi, Indiana woods on Valentine's Day 2017, sparking a years-long investigation that nearly left the small community hopeless. However, the suspect was right under their noses, as it was revealed that Allen worked at a pharmacy as a pharmacy technician at a local CVS and remained in the tight-knit community before he was implicated as a suspect in the murders. More haunting clues have surfaced that give an inside look. Allen's life in the town haunted by the crime, including a chilling picture of his daughter in what appeared to be the exact location where Abby and Libby were last seen. Well, I think it's even weirder when he has a picture of his daughter on a bed in their home wearing one of the Abby and Libby tie-dye shirts. An affidavit recently unsealed by a judge revealed that Allen actually admitted to being on the bridge at the same time the girls were killed, in 2 separate interviews, including one in 2017. Yeah. Now, the document also said that an unspent 40 caliber bullet found between the bodies of the 2 girls appeared to have been cycled through a pistol owned by Allen. Little is known about the scene where Libby and Abby were tragically found, and their official cause of death has not been released to the public. Investigators have said that pieces of Libby and Abigail's clothing were missing when they were discovered. Yeah, I think it was the undergarment and sock. Officials suspected the killer had taken souvenirs and believe photographs or video were likely shot of the monstrous set. Wow, so I wonder why they're saying that. I mean, I do see it written in the Ron Logan document, but I mean, that sort of matches what I think, but I mean, this is the Sun, it's not really the bastion of, incredibly accurate reporting. So, there you go, everybody. The phone lines are open. Anybody can call in about anything. All right, but yes, my normal nightly public service announcement. This channel runs solely on the kindness of the freaks. That's it. All right. In fact, my live streams aren't monetized at this point. They can't be for some reason. It must be because I use those words. Oh man. No, but anyways, they just they're not monetized. And then at the end of the month, I take all the gross income and the net income after taxes, and then I try to give it's usually way over 50% of the net revenue from YouTube, right? And then I make up the difference on some of the PayPal doesn't bring in anywhere near what Super Chats do, but it's better than it used to be on there. So anyways, that's how it works over here. And right now we're at, what are we at on the total? We are at $52,750 to charities this year on this channel. If you can find another channel that's even 40 times bigger than mine, the ones that say how ethical they are. Oh, I'm the ethical channel. Because I don't say, I say unalived. All right, how much have you helped out? Oh, I do. That's what they always say. Oh, we give a lot, man. I just don't tell anybody. You don't think your channel members would like to be part of sort of a movement where we've given, since January 2020, $117,000 from the income from the channel, not like fundraisers or anything like that. And that's because of you guys. Hey, thanks Eugenie and Kathy Friedenmaker. Yeah. Thanks Marisol, SSP 134 Georgia. I don't even know what that means, but hey, cool. Jen Kitty. You almost look like Lanky Tor. You reminded me of Lanky Tor. Yeah, very cool. Thank you. Welcome. Maybe I'll turn on the... So what do you guys... you can call in about either one of the cases. I know we had a lot of calls last night and people were drinking probably, so it was... people like to call in. 856.
Hey, Gray, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. You got your surgery coming up.
Yeah, Wednesday. I'm starting to get a little nervous, and it's my first time.
Yeah, but you never had surgery on anything before?
No, Gray. I only had a cornea transplant, and I've been very blessed. God has blessed me.
Well, I hadn't had any surgeries up until when I had that neck surgery a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That I remember, except when I cut my leg when I was a kid. I had to put under. I cut it like about 8 inches long, all the way to the bone, and all the way around. It looked like a shark.
Oh wow, that's That's pretty nasty.
Yeah, so all you got to do is just think of it. It's no big deal at all. What you do is you go in there, you're just laying there, and they've already got you on something. You sort of feel pretty good, and then they wheel you in there, and they say, all right, we're going to start, and then you're just out. It's like, then you wake up the next, like, later.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think I have to stay all night, and I'm going to miss my little baby. Stevie's going to have a fit. He carries on, and Nancy will be taking care of everything. She's been absolutely wonderful. I don't know what I would do without her, but Greg, I've always been a pretty tough kid, but I'm not going to lie about it. I'm nervous, but I don't know when I have to be there. They'll let me know the night before, and I hope I'm the first one. But I'll get through it. I just have my mindset that I just want to get home, and so let's see.
Well, Tom Watson almost won the British Open when he was 59 with replaced hips. That was probably the worst. That was probably the worst. Like in all my golf fandom years, when Tom Watson was just basically going to win the British Open at 59 years old. Then he hit on the last hole. He bogeyed to go into a playoff, and he lost. It was, and nobody cares who won. I know who won, but I don't even say his name. I don't even. It's like, the guy that won. He said, "I've never played in a tournament where every single person was rooting for the other person."
Yeah. Well, Gray, I did something really dumb over 4 years ago. I got on a hoverboard. So I was just 73. So I was, 68? My niece had one. And she said, "You want to try it?" I'm like, "Oh, no." She said, "I'll hold you." And I stepped on that damn thing. And she let go. And, man, I hit that floor like a 300-pound on my back, like a 300-pound man. I couldn't believe it. Nancy, if I didn't break anything, I thought Nancy was going to kill me. It was stupid that I did that. But I have arthritis from getting older, that's all. So next it'll be the knees, and something's wrong with my arm. Other than that, I'm pretty good. Everything came out okay with the heart, so and you're doing good with yours. You're not having any caffeine, right?
Yeah. It sucks, though. I like some of those drinks.
That killed me, Greg.
Yeah. Anyways, so.
But anyway, getting to the case. Case is, I'll tell you what. If that Richard Allen, if he's not the guy, we'll all pass out. Number one with him, and
if he's not the guy, and he somehow become innocent, they'll never catch the person because he is the killer. I mean, that's the thing.
I believe he is. I really, really do. Now with this Idaho 4, I watched her video too. Nancy and I did this afternoon, a little bit ago, before you came on. But anyway, Gray, you have that one witness. Now, normally they tell you, we're going back a month now. Now that guy, I can't even pronounce his name. He's a neighbor. He said he heard a scream. And then you have YouTubers that are being so horribly unethical and trying to get it to where it's, this is really a scream. I think that's horrible. They ought to shut them the hell down doing something like that.
Yeah. Then you got the other idiot, the guy that did the thing where I made in the Kylie Rodney where he ran over really quick and copied what I did.
Yeah.
I won't even say his name, but now he's listening. He's got the audio from the early morning, the 3 o'clock in the morning body camera. And he's like, "What is that? What is that sound? What is that? Oh, we got to look, Well, I don't know, man. You know what? It works. It works, though. It works for those people. Oh, and I get punished for it because I don't do it. That's
well, I hope you don't do it because, first of all, how can they live with themselves to do something like that? To sensation, or to lie about something so horrible. But usually, your memory, Gray. We all know when a police officer comes out and takes a statement and they write it down. You can't a month later. Oh well. You know what? Now I remember I think I heard a scream and I saw a big black car. Okay, so now I don't know how much you could put into that guy's first statement and this one. I really don't know. But the car, it seems like they have some type of maybe digital evidence that car was in the vicinity at the time, because first of all, I don't think it's a cul-de-sac or anything like that. But I think when you go down to that one street, you have to make a right to get out of there, because I think maybe the other end, I don't know if you can get out of there, going one way.
No, you could just drive up and park behind there.
Yes, so to me, I'd like to know, and the police are saying, well, we just want to talk to them because they could have information. No, what I believe, they think they might be in on it, because why are they around there at that time of the morning? And why are you riding around there? And then you got a quadruple homicide? Horrible, just absolutely horrible. And then what bothers me too, not the families, because if I had a family member that was taken out that way, or a child, my God, I would probably be as bad, if not worse. But I'm talking about other people that put their 2 cents in everything. First of all, you know that the Moscow Police Department, just like Delphi, they didn't have the resources for a double homicide in Delphi, and then a 4 dead, murdered, stabbed to death in Moscow. They don't have the resources, and they did what they were supposed to do. They called out the FBI, they called out the state police, they called this one, called that one, and they're doing, and I wouldn't want them, if I was the family, to show all their cards, because the perpetrator he could be watching your show, Gray, as much as you do this 3-dimensional. He could be just not chiming in, but he could be watching, and he probably is. He's probably keeping up on everything and saying, nah, you can't catch me yet, but they will, because I'll tell you what, all this forensic stuff now and digital is starting to come back, and the police tell you this takes at least 4 to 6 weeks for all this stuff to come back.
It shouldn't, but the thing is, they should have rapid DNA stuff.
Well, they should, but Grace, here's the thing, some of it, I went to lab school for a while before I got into transportation. A lot of this stuff, right? It takes time. I mean, you could get some things that might be rapid, and I'm not a nurse and I'm not a lab tech or anything like that at all. I finished, but I didn't get into it, thank God. I should have, though. But you know what, Gray? It takes time for the results. It's like a waiting period, a slow process. And once this stuff starts to come back, even with the digital, it takes time. You got to get a warrant for this one, for that one, to get the records, the phone records.
Seems like they should be able to find some DNA that really quick. That's the one. That's all I really care about. Like if they get DNA, then you can get the case solved at some point.
Well, the DNA, the DNA, and but here's the thing. Now, if this is a young kid,
Yeah,
And
but I know, because people go to the
that.
house to the party. But what I'm just saying, they would have to find DNA that would indicate, like, skin under fingernails or blood, a blood sample that didn't match the 4 murdered people. Other DNA, like touch DNA around the house, doesn't necessarily mean anything. Although you can collect that too, but you might, see if there's one that has a higher donor on the, the doorknobs or the sliding glass door, things like that. But like some more recent.
And Gray, you're right, and you know yourself, Gray. I cannot stop this man. And I believe it's a man because I'll tell you what.
Of course it is.
How up close and personal was this stabbing? We said it before, Gray. I said it when I called him before. He had to know the house. He knew the layout. And your theory, I am not getting rid of Kaylee's boyfriend in my mind yet because that little theory that you gave out on the show, that makes a lot of sense because you know yourself, these are young kids. She was a pretty girl. They were all built well. And Guy, too, Ethan, too, he was a jock. And these girls were beautiful and built. And let me tell you something. When two people, when two people break up and say, oh, we're going to go our separate ways for a while, somebody's hurting. Somebody's hurting. And I don't think it was her. And the family said, "Oh, well, they were going to get back."
Well, she was the one that broke up with him, so she obviously, so she wasn't hurting.
And Greg, guess what? Now maybe that night she went back to show Maddie her Range Rover. That poor kid didn't even have the damn. But she only had temporary tags on it. Would she drive it?
Yeah, I mean, we already went. We actually went through this whole thing. Oh. My scenario has all this stuff in it.
I know.
He comes back and he
Yep.
shows them.
You know
and he's not invited, and so he made sense. But they've apparently they say that he's cleared. So I try not to throw his name out there and stuff like that. I said his first name a couple times, but.
But you know what, Gray? When they say cleared, they mean they could still go back to these people.
Well, in the thing that I did just earlier, it says at this time on those people, but then their old roommate that lived there, they didn't. Mm-hmm. They were even more like, we don't think he's involved in the homicides. The other one, at this time, we don't think they're involved in the homicide. Mm-hmm. Right.
And Gray. You know the calls to him, right? All those calls they made.
I went over those.
And he said, he's asleep. Well, how do we know he was asleep? He said he was asleep.
Yeah, but I heard something. I heard something else from a different source that said that he was actually awake, but a friend said, "Don't answer. Play hard to get because you don't always want to be." Answering when, and if that's true, man, how bad would you feel for him? Like if he's not involved at all, right? Like let's say he was sitting there and she tried calling, but he didn't answer to make it so he wasn't always there for her beck and call, that like play hard to get type of thing. And so he didn't answer, and then man, but maybe it saved his life though by not answering. I don't know. But if that's
maybe, but Gray, when anything it better than I do. When anything like this happens, it's the people closest to them. And most of the time, when there's murders like this, it's people they know. So I'm still sticking to my guns, and I'm not, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It wouldn't be the first time, and it won't be the last time.
Well, I mean, I put out the theory because it makes the most sense to me, but I'm not married to it because there could be so many other things, and now it's gone on for so long. You would think, surely. I guess one issue. Well, I mean, if they found his blood there, it would be a problem. But his DNA should be all over. His DNA would be all over the place there because he's been there, and his dog's there. And, it's just. Yeah,
and the dog. I don't know. Somebody might have put the dog in the room, the person. I don't know. But when you had that guy coming out that backsliding glass door, and now they're saying, oh, that door was open, the front door was open from 8:30. Well, and then they're bashing the what's his name, Fry or whatever his last name, Moscow chief. But they were saying that, you know, he might not, that all the investigators, the detectives know all that. You know, he might not really have known that at this time. He should have maybe, but they know all that stuff. And so, you know, let's just give him a break. I think the man is they're all doing the best they can, because this college is going to suffer the longer this goes. I mean, you just had a graduation now, and people will be looking to come to the university. And if this is still hanging over their heads, you got store owners that are now taking a hit because a lot of the kids didn't come back. And somebody might say, Mom, I don't want to go to Idaho. I want to go somewhere else. So there's a lot of things that the community is thinking about. But the main thing is they have to find this monster, because, Ray, I think about this constantly too. Nancy and I go over this and over this. It is absolutely one of the most horrific and mind-boggling things that this creature could get in there in the middle of the night, kill all four, and I don't know who was targeted. And it sounds like they say that it wants to be Kaylee if the boyfriend is involved. But I'll tell you what, to get in there and get out, and nobody has seen him yet, has found him yet, or have any, but they will. They will. I really believe that wholeheartedly. With all this, the science is going to figure it out, and he will be caught. There's no doubt about it. There's no way he could have got out of there without leaving a hair fiber, his blood, skin cells, something, and they'll figure it out. I just heard that you have another call.
Yeah.
And I'm glad my mind was diverted a little bit tonight. And I want to thank you and all the freaks for the warm wishes, because I know there's a lot of people having worse things done. But I gotta get through this, and then I'll be fine. And thanks for everything. And let's get this guy off the street.
All right. Well.
So.
Well, we'll have,
and,
you have to call on the night before
too.
You go on there. Wednesday, right? So.
Yeah, I go Wednesday. I didn't hear what you said.
Well, maybe we'll just have you call in before you go in. We'll give you a big.
Sure, I'll call in if you know me. I love to call in. I'm just sitting here watching. We got you on the big TV here, and I have you on my tablet, and Nancy's into it too.
Cool.
And so I just want this guy caught, and so does everybody else. It's just horrific. It was a very sad day today that poor kid, after studying all this time, makes the dean's list. Both her and Maddie were on the dean's list, they said, and she should have been walking across that stage, getting her diploma, and going off to Europe like she was going to, and then go to her new job waiting for her in Texas. Ray, it's just awful. It's just horrible. I can't even imagine.
Yeah,
so I'll talk to you soon. Bye, freaks. Say hi, Nance.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, Greg.
All right. See you later. Thanks
Talk
for
to you.
Right,
bye-bye.
Yeah, Zozo's really hung up on the 911 call, and to be hung up on that means you think that the girls have something to do with the murders, because who cares otherwise? So the thing is in the case, you have the individual goes in and kills the people in Zane, whatever room is first. People think that you necessarily have to have blood all over your body and dripping it all over the place. And that isn't really the truth, right? Like, for example, if you got them face down and you stabbed them, and whatever you did, you killed them, you wiped the knife off, you didn't have any blood on your feet, you walk down there might be a drop here and a drop there, that kind of thing. You might not have cut his own hand if it had one of those little guards on it. We don't really know, you know. It's always, people just get so hung up in the TV sort of nonsense of how things work. We'd have no idea. So anyways, what it says on the document is that one of the people, someone other than one of the roommates, used one of the roommates' phones and said that there seems to be somebody passed out on the second floor and they're not responding, something like that. Okay, and so here's what I pictured. It makes sense to me that the two surviving roommates were awake and they got home at 1, but I think they heard a bunch of stuff going on and it sounded bad, probably even some screaming, but you know how people at parties sometimes scream but I think they thought it sounded a little different, so they locked their doors and maybe eventually fell asleep. And then in the morning, one of them probably came, sort of like crept out of their room and walked up the stairs just thinking, man, because they hadn't heard anything in the morning. Nobody's wrestling, nobody's moving around. Walked up. When they got to the top of the stairs, they looked down and they see maybe legs on the ground and probably tell it was a guy and said, "Hey, Ethan." And he didn't respond. And they're like, oh my God, something really awful has happened. And so then they go down and start texting friends, and because that's just what people do when they're young. They don't want to get cops involved right away because people don't think like that. When you're an adult, your first thought is to call 911, but when you're younger, you don't think like that. You don't want to elevate things. You just sort of, it's just the way it is, man. It makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm not confused or have any extra thoughts about it. I don't sit there, sort of twiddling my thumbs, staring. Oh my God, oh God. They have nothing to do with it. Law enforcement said they have nothing to do with it at all. Just get past that part and let yourself go somewhere else with your mind. You know, it's easy. All right, 469.
Hi,
Hello.
Gray. How are you?
Hey, what's going on? Who's this?
Lisa Murphy.
All right.
I just want to say that for the Idaho 4 murders, I'm not ruling anybody out but the dad. I think that's the most asinine thing I've heard so far in this case.
Oh, yeah.
And
well,
what I really call...
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Well, I mean, it's not going to be a girl, so you can rule out all the girls.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's a girl either.
Mm.
But I really don't think it's the dad.
Well, it's 100% not the dad. Yeah, the dad had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Thank you. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen anybody say.
I mean, where was that? I mean, I saw somebody referencing and then I lost it and I went somewhere else. Well, it was like some FBI guy or ex-FBI guy that said that, right?
Yes. And when I hear things like that, I click off because I know it's just going to be a stupid. I try not to listen to anybody but you and Chasing anymore.
Yeah.
Just my rule of thumb. There was a lot of people that I was listening to, but some of them say some of the stupidest things. Anyway, the real reason I called was to thank you because I had a real, and I've said this before in chat, love-hate relationship with you in the beginning of me following you. I would hear you say things and I'd click you off and I'd say, oh my God, he's such an ass. But
yeah.
You kept drawing me back. And I'm so thankful that you did because I love the fact that you have integrity, that you're true to yourself. And I want you to know that I pray every night before you start your show that the trolls aren't so bad because I feel so bad when they act out. But I just want to thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you. Very cool.
Because it's no longer a hate relationship. I love you to death. I just think that you're absolutely funny. And I think that people just don't understand you don't suffer fools well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just kind of... I don't know. I mean, I know some people get really frustrated with it, but sometimes I can just tell we're just kind of going down a weird angle, and I just want to keep moving forward, so... Yep.
You are one of the few men I know with great intuition.
I think I do have pretty good intuition. That's one of the things.
Yes,
that's why I would have made
You're
I would have made a great psychic. I could have pretended that it came from the sort of ether somewhere, the ghosts or whatever. Yeah.
No, you're one of the few men with great intuition, and I am thankful for that because it makes it easy to listen to you, and it's common sense. I mean, when you listen to you speak common sense. People who get mad about what you say and what you do, they get angry because they lack that common sense. And they want everything to be so much bigger and so much worse. Why would you want something like this Idaho 4 to be worse than what it already is?
No, I agree with that. I think that's why people come up with, they always wonder about all these things because it's not as interesting just the way it is, so we got to find some other thing, you know. I don't know. It's odd. I like it when it's easier, more simple. You know, when it's complex, it's interesting, but it has to be real. You know, like real, here's something, wow, that's an actual thing. You know, not just sort of looking for things to make it complex. You know, that's different.
Yep, 100%. And like I said, I won't keep it because I don't have a lot to say. I have a lot of opinions, but they're just that. They're my opinions. I don't have a solid theory except for your number 2 walkthrough. That I do believe is what happened.
Yeah. Well, cool.
And I don't believe he went out the front door because I think if he came in under the cover of darkness in those woods, that would be the same way he would leave. That's just my opinion. He'd go up that sliding glass door, not the front door.
Right, yep. Yep.
But
they keep saying like the door was open at 8:30. I don't even know what that even means. Like, you know,
neither, and I don't even know if it's true.
Yeah.
It's like you don't know, you know, like the person that passed out. I heard you talking about a lot of people don't pass out when they see blood. My daughter can see anybody's blood on the face of the planet except her own.
Yeah.
If she sees her own, it's over.
I mean, the thing is it a lot? I think it's a lot. Like when people go, a lot of people do. If it's 10%, that's still kind of a lot of people. But I don't think it's over 50% of the people who see blood pass out. I think it's a way smaller number. So when we, you know, that's still a lot of people. 10%. Like if 10% died from COVID, you go, wow, that's a very large number. You know.
Yeah. But no, I agree with that. I don't think most people would pass out. I just don't. I don't think that seeing somebody else's blood, it would scare you. It would make your legs feel like jello. Yeah. It might make you feel like you're going to pass out. But I know for me personally, I would go into health mode.
Yeah. Okay.
Pass out.
All right. Well.
All right. Thanks.
Hey, I appreciate you.
You have a great.
Okay. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for the kind words.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Let's see, what was I going to do here? Yeah, somebody up at that name, Kind Regards, typed in, 4 people ran past on police cam footage. If 4 people potentially did it, which 4? What in the hell is that? What in the hell kind of a comment is that? If 4 people potentially did it, which 4 people? That's one of the dumbest. I've never even seen anything more ludicrously written in my life. 4 people ran past on police cam footage. If 4 people potentially did it, which 4 people? Well, who said 4 people potentially did it? What does that even mean? It's just, what a waste of time. God, I was sitting there trying to find something that was worthwhile there. That was absolutely ludicrous. You know what? I saw 19 people in that video on... So if 19 people were involved, which 19 did that? Which 19 did that, though? Unreal. It's almost, it's crazy. 4 people ran by on the body camera footage. See, that way he went right down the ancient aliens route. If 4 people were involved in the killings, which 4 people did it? Oh, God. 310. Hey, thanks, AF.
Hi there.
Hello, who's this?
This is Kate Garcia calling.
Oh yeah.
And I just, first of all, it was a dyslexic gymnastic trying to get dialed in and figure it out. So
Yeah.
I'm glad I finally made it through. But one of the things, I'm fairly new to your channel, and I want to just say how impressed I was when you had Misty Gills on.
Gillis, yeah.
And I did some digging around on the website she's recommended, and it's just...
Well, she's been on my show multiple times. It wasn't like we're friends and we have lots of money. It wasn't like I went out, and I just got so lucky. Oh, whoa, I got this person on my show. It's literally Identifinders International and us have been working together for 2 years now, and we've given them like I'd say at least $45,000 for identifying Jane and John Does. And she's absolutely like a genius. I mean, her and Colleen Fitzpatrick are both of them. So they've been on the show multiple times. So you should go back and watch all those.
Yeah, I definitely will dig them up. I've been going through the website of Identifinders. And I was wondering, I know that you had mentioned that there was a case you can't say too much about that they're working on. Can you say what case it is, though?
I don't know which one when you're talking about. When did I say that?
She was talking about there was a couple other cases that they're working on that you're funding through your donations.
Yeah, she mentioned it on the show. Did you watch it? She mentioned all 5 of them.
She mentioned one, but then there was one that you talked that was possibly linked to a serial killer, and I didn't catch like the identifying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put out. I've talked about it on the show before, but it was a serial killer that killed 11 people, and she was one of the victims found inside of a hotel room, and he was even convicted for her murder. She just was never identified. So it's not really something you can sleuth out or like try to figure something out.
I was just going to try to go get the back history on it. It's probably somewhere on your channel. I'll look.
I think it's somewhere. I just don't have it memorized which serial killer it was. I think I might have it somewhere. I could ask her, and then she can tell me, and then I'll make a community post on it because it's already been solved and everything. Her name isn't though.
I just want to say that I'm so impressed. I do follow several true crime channels, and this is just such great money that's just so needed and being put to active real use and really making changes. It's just impressive.
Are you into like genetic stuff or what?
Somewhat. My daughter is actually a microbiologist and does a lot of genetic work, and I might try to encourage her to kind of move that direction.
Yeah.
To forensic genealogy.
Well, I think it's so. I don't know how many degrees there are in it, but I mean, it seems like everybody that does it now, they were just really good at it on their own, and then usually people start doing it by finding adopted. Like if you're adopted, they want to find their parents. That's what a lot of people start with. You can find somebody that wants to find their parents by uploading to GEDmatch, and then you go through all the genealogy, and then you can find their parents. And then once you're good at that, then you can find anybody.
Yeah, it's definitely like a sleuther thing, but it's also there. Obviously there's probably some biology involved in it too.
Not really. I mean, what it really is the way it works. So I can explain it. Is they go get their. I mean, there's probably biologists out there that are the ones collecting. Like. They take your DNA, and all you really need is a sequence, but there's these technologies out there that really can extract DNA way better than they used to be able to. I mean, if there's very little usable DNA, you can pull it out. Then they create a sequence, and once there's a usable sequence, then they send it to a place called, I think it's bioinformatics, where they take the sequence and then format it, which is identical to the formatting of the raw data that you download from Ancestry DNA. Once you've uploaded there, you download the raw data. Then you upload then you can upload the raw data to GEDmatch, which is a public site that allows you to find relatives and so forth. So so you would get the sequence, bioinformatics, you send it over there, and then what happens is once it gets loaded on there, it takes a day or so. Once it's on there, it populates a list of people, and they give you in order of highest centimorgan match to the lowest. And at the very top, you might have one that's like 150 to 200 centimorgans, and there's a website out there that where you can tell what their likely are, like second or third cousin, that kind of thing. And then you take them and you start building out a tree, putting together using newspapers.com and the obituaries, and because in the obituaries, when anybody dies, it gives you their brothers and their parents and everybody, and you can just build out the whole thing. I mean, on that person, you can build it out. Then you go to the next person on the list, and you build out their family tree until you make this connection where you have one from either side of the family, and then they start narrowing it down, and then boom, they end up with the person they're looking for. It's pretty crazy how they do it, but
that's incredible.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't have I really appreciate you explaining that, because she was saying, it's not really a degree, it's just something you fall into. Now I understand.
But I mean, it is something you could teach, because one of the women that does it spent 2 days showing me how to do it and stuff, and I was actually trying to find myself. I uploaded my raw data, and then I pretended I didn't know who I was, and then started with the highest centimorgan match, and then you start building out the tree, and I never kept doing it because it was taking me so long. But I know exactly what they do, though. There's various websites out there. Ancestry.com is very useful, because when you find some names, you go on there, and you can find relatives of those people on there, their birth certificate, their parents, da-da-da-ding. You have to pay a certain amount of money to get the access to some of that stuff.
Right, and that's why she was talking. That's why you guys were mentioning the census, because I have dug through census with my sister. We were trying to find an ancestor in Ireland, and we did pay for it, and we were able to kind of scroll through. She did most of it, but now I see what you're saying. You take it from a geneticist who gives you a ballpark, and then you have to run with it.
Well, they actually find the person. They find the actual killer, and then they give it to law enforcement, and then law enforcement just has to verify and collect the DNA from, they'll get a warrant based off the genetic genealogy and other things. Then they collect the DNA from the killer in a murder case. Then they collect it, like he throws out a bottle or something, swab the bottle, and then they compare it to the known perp sample. And when it matches, because it almost always does, because it was led to through that same DNA, the genetics, then boom, they can make their arrest. It's pretty amazing how they do it. But you first have to create a CODIS. So what law enforcement does, the way it works in the law enforcement world, is that they create a CODIS entry first for an unknown person. So it's sitting in there. Then they go out, and then they do the genetic genealogy, and then it leads back. They collect the DNA, and then the CODIS markers is what they use from the collected DNA from the perp that he threw a bottle out or something. It has to match the CODIS markers. Yeah, so they have a specific... Does that make any sense? Or?
I'm writing words down because I don't know what a CODIS marker is, but I'm going to research it.
Well, you know how the criminals have to, when they're in prison, they have to give their DNA, and it goes into the CODIS system?
So the CODIS is the system that the law enforcement uses versus the Ancestry system.
Yep. So it's in there, and then so you have the DNA, and there's usually like 10 or so markers in there. Maybe it's more than that. Might be 12. I can't remember exactly, but there's a certain amount of markers they use, and it's in CODIS. And then once they get the perpetrator's DNA collected, and if it matches, then boom, they nailed it. Yeah. So
that's how they nailed the Golden State, I think. I mean,
yeah, they might have used a little something else in there with some of these databases, but I think almost everybody else that you're seeing now is just the traditional forensic genetic genealogy. The Alan Phillips in the Schnee Oberholzer case, that she built a tree that had something like 10,000 people in it, and it led all the way back to that one person. It's amazing.
What's the what?
That was the Schnee Oberholzer, Annette Schnee, and Bobby Joe Oberholzer in Breckenridge, Colorado. I think it was 1982, I think, or 81. I think it was January 6th, something like that. Anyways, there you go.
What was you said using some, you had to have a certain amount of centimorgans, is that what you said, called those?
Yeah, centimorgan. Well, it's called just CM in there.
Okay.
I think it might be centimorgans, I think.
And you can get those
I just said it so fast I forgot. Yeah.
And you get those from when you do your ancestry type stuff, when you do the swab.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you go to Ancestry DNA, and you upload with your swab of your mouth. You send it to Ancestry DNA. Then Ancestry DNA has on their site, you can download the raw data of your own kit, basically. Whatever you set to them. And there's this raw data you can download. And once you download the raw data, you upload it to GEDmatch, and they're the ones that do have the centimorgans. Ancestry doesn't do it like that. They just...
Okay.
Yeah. They just show you who your relatives are.
I'm going to do it and run myself through it and see, like you did, just like pretend I don't know who I am. Just see how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty complicated what they do. They have all these software programs that they use to build out the trees. And I think they even use Ancestry, their site, to build out the trees, because you can save trees that you build. They don't have to be related to yourself or anything.
Yep.
So.
Fantastic. Well, I heard somebody else at your doorbell. I appreciate you. I mean, was a little bit off script about the murders that you're actively talking about, but I really just wanted to say I'm really glad I stumbled on your channel, and
well, cool.
I'll be and backtracking some of those lives so I can listen to Colleen and
Well, it was nice talking about something else for a couple minutes. So thank you.
All right.
All right, see you.
Have a good evening.
Well, where is that? Where is 310 anyway?
310. I'm in Long Beach, California.
Because that's what the next caller has the same number. It's weird.
310.
Yeah. Pretty weird.
That's Los Angeles County.
All right. Have a good one. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, you need to have, in the DNA world, if you have a mixture and you have 70-30, then you can find the major contributor and then subtract out the other one. If you don't have it, it's hard to do if it's 50-50, because they're getting better at technology to do that. But anyways, it was all on the show that we just did the other night. All right. I'm gonna have to put myself in prison here, you guys. We're doing the call-ins again. Here we go. Woo! 310. Hello. You got to rewind. You're like way back there on rewind mode.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello. Who's this?
Hi. This is Crime Barbie calling in.
Oh boy. Yeah. What's going on?
Hi. So I wanted to comment on the Idaho murder.
How come there's another 310 on 310s in a row? That's weird. Okay. Anyways, go ahead. There's another one after you lined up.
Oh, wow. So one thing I wanted to comment on that I feel like a lot of people aren't paying attention to is the Range Rover that Kaylee has. It sticks out for me a lot just because, her family has stated that they did not help her purchase it. Kaylee didn't work at the restaurant like the other two girls. She only worked at the
Yeah, but what's weird is young people sometimes, they don't really care, and I'm getting a new job, so they just get the credit, with their, using their dad's credit, and
but
boom,
she bought
they buy it.
cash.
Huh?
It's been said that she bought the car. She bought the car
Yeah.
cash at an auction. So that's what makes
Oh, at
it
an
also
auction.
a little.
Okay.
Yes, it makes it a little alarming to me because she didn't use credit. See, I can understand maybe
Where
her
did you see
savings
that it
up,
was ordered? Got it at a, why are people caring though about the Range Rover?
because it's something. Think about it. A 21-year-old that works an unpaid.
Yeah, but it's
internship,
2016 though. You know, it wasn't really.
But you have to think about it. That still costs a lot of money, especially for someone to pay for a cash.
Yeah.
And her being 21 years
I thought
old.
the dad,
the
there was some
insurance
reason
for-
that she had money. I can't remember. I thought I read something about that.
The insurance is going to be very, very high for a car like that. And for some reason, I think that someone gave her some money or she got that money from somewhere. And they need to kind of follow that trail
Yeah.
because,
But I
was
thought
a
her dad
girl,
was kind of rich or something.
He did not help her buy that car. She popped up with the car.
Did he say that? His dad said she didn't?
Yeah, they said that she bought it all on her own.
Mhm.
And that's a little alarming because for a 21-year-old that's just working an internship, they said,
Yeah.
she had a job.
I didn't think it was
starting
alarming at
January.
all.
If you really, really think about it.
Well,
Think
no, I
about
do.
all
I
the
do.
expenses.
Well, I don't need to really, I don't spend a lot of extra time thinking about it because she just is somebody
But
who
it
owns the
makes you
car.
wonder where hypothetically, where would she have gotten that money from?
Now, what are
she
you
was not-
trying to suggest how she got the money? Go ahead.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying that money could lead to a potential clue or something because
Maybe she just bought it on credit. Like just said, hey,
She didn't. She paid cash for it at the auction.
So she gave him
Like a
how much?
couple days
Well, how
before
much
she got
did she
murdered.
pay for it at the auction?
I'm not sure, but when I googled up Land Rover Evoque,
No, I know,
probably
but
paid
at an
between
auction, though,
20
it's
and-
whatever you get it. Hey, $10,
but still, it's gonna
yay!
that was at least a $15,000 car.
Okay, so that's not
And then
really.
you have to think about the insurance, and then you have to pay the state fees. And normally when you
Yeah. Where are you
credit
getting?
card,
Let me ask you
the
something.
auto-
What news article did you get the auction from? Can you send it to me?
I didn't get that off. That was actually off of
Reddit.
where someone
Reddit.
someone
Oh
had
God.
posted.
Oh my God.
someone had
Reddit.
posted
Hey
that her
everybody, it
family
was
had
on
mentioned
Reddit. Therefore, it's true. Oh my
But in
God.
the interview that her parents did, they did say that she paid for it on her own without any help, and that she popped up with the car. So my whole thing is just wondering.
You know how she paid for it on her own? Her parents probably gave her
They said-
tons and tons of allowance every month, and she saved up
But no, they
of
said
the
she
allowance.
paid for it on her own.
I know, but they gave because she got let's say she got about a ton of money allowance every month and saved it for a year, half of it, and then
You also have to
she
think
goes and
about
buys it,
her
and of course that's going to
lifestyle.
be she bought it on her own, because it wasn't like
But you also have to think about a college student's lifestyle. And I studied investigative reporting, so I'm thinking of it outside of the box. A 21-year-old, she's going out, she's partying. First of all, she has to pay rent. She has to pay for clothes and things of that nature. She has to pay for her partying and et cetera, et cetera. She's also a member of sorority. A lot of people don't know sororities cost a lot of money. You have to pay monthly dues, yearly dues. They're very, very expensive to join.
yeah.
And I'm familiar with that, just by, my own experience in college. Then on top of that, to purchase a Land Rover, Range Rover, cash at an auction, even though it is used, that's a very expensive truck to purchase. Cash. She didn't work as a waitress like Dana and Maddie.
Yeah.
She worked an
Okay.
internship that was virtual, and she had a job offer that was going to start in January.
Okay. Well, listen. Here's the thing: is I don't agree or anything, so it's just kind of really boring for me. I'm just being honest. This kind of talking about.
You don't think they could possibly lead to a clue?
Well, when you
or
say
lead to
possibly, I mean, sure, it's
'Cause it sticks
possible.
out.
I
It kinda
mean,
sticks
it's also
out.
possible that
You start
aliens
thinking.
from Zeta Minor visited the planet. I just don't know at this point.
It kind of sticks out a little bit to me, and I think a lot of people are kind of breathing over it because
I just thought, wow, man, she must, come from she probably has really good credit,
you don't need
if you
credit
if
when
you
when
don't
go to
see
auction.
if that
you have
if,
to pay cash.
if you don't see that story in a newspaper, then somebody's saying she bought it at auction. Can you really picture Kaylee going over to auction? Hey ho! Hey, hey, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. Hey, post sold. Yeah, I don't think so. Just doesn't sound like something she would do at all. Go to,
That's what they're saying. That the family said.
When you say that's what they're saying, what does that mean?
And that's what the parents said on that interview. They said that she bought the car on her own and she popped up with it, and that's why she was surprising everyone that she had got this car. So I feel like that's a clue to hypothetically pay attention to. Is like, where would that money come from?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess it's I can't say it's impossible.
And I feel like if she did have a stalker or someone that was of interest to her that may have been bothering her, they could have contacted her in various different ways, possibly sent her gifts through the mail, flowers, things like that. I feel like that should also be investigated too. And then, they were saying that one hoodie guy, he comes from a rich family. If he was someone that was interested in her, maybe he gave her the money. Maybe that's why he got upset at her.
He gave her the money to buy the car, thinking that would be the money that would get her to love him, and then she has the car and rejected him, and he goes in there, and there you go. Wow. You never know, right?
That could be a potential line that I feel like people are not looking at.
Yep. All right. Well, hey, you keep looking at that, but why don't you what you should do is go on to Reddit and try to verify that. And some other guy from Reddit will say, "Yep, I verified it." Okay. Hey, at least you have a good sense of humor. Anyways, I'm gonna move on to the next call. But hey, you're on record, all right? So thanks for calling in. 518.
Hey,
you're on record. 518. Hello. Hello.
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, it's quite a procedure to get one thing off and one thing on. But hi, my name's Melissa. I'm calling from Vermont. My question for you was, back in the whole beginning of this terrible adventure, I had heard mentioned a couple times that an incel might be the sort of person who could be responsible for this, which almost seems like more like a hate crime.
Well, like Elliot Rodger or something like that. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. And I thought that seemed remarkably plausible, just because of the levels of rage and misogyny that seems to be abundant in that community. But what I was wondering to myself was, I don't know much about that incel community, and I'm wondering if much like a terrorist community, if someone would be inclined to claim responsibility.
What do you mean? What do you mean by incel community?
Well, yeah, it's not like
a group. It's not like
communities.
Really? I mean, so you're saying that it's like they should be a protected class or something, or what?
No, I'm saying like they have groups on 4chan where they all speak to each other. That kind of community. And it seems like there's a lot of bragging and one-upmanship and sort of veneration of people who do horrible things, like Elliot Rodgers. So I'm just not sure.
And that list is just getting bigger and bigger, man. It's going to be pretty soon. Pedophiles will be on there, and then incels. All right.
Possibly. No, I mean, I just think that's an interesting theory, because it just seems like almost seems like it's overkill. The 3 murders like that, it's almost overkill in terms of it being like a personal grudge.
Yeah, that's what I think too. It just seems so weird that there's 4. I mean, 2 would have made sort of some sense, like, oh, one was there, but then there's 4 murders. Yeah. So it feels like the person was in there, unless you throw in the scenario that Ethan wakes up and he sees them, but he knows them. So my thing is I think the killer likely is known by those 4 people.
Yeah.
Or at least even just that night they know that person. something like
or
that.
if it's someone who, you know, knows who they are, but they don't necessarily know who he is, because it seems like these are kids that are pretty popular and well established on campus, and seems like the kind of woman that an incel would direct rage towards. That makes a lot of sense to me. And just the fact that, like you were saying, it is such a over the top crime, that it almost seems like a hate crime to me, or something that's less targeted specifically and more against a class of people. So I was just wondering what you thought about that, and if that sounded something that was plausible to you.
Yeah, we actually talked about that almost one of the first nights.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we were saying maybe it's an Elliot Rodger type person where.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Why do these guys? Because they're really, you know, it's weird that they're really all four really good looking people. Yeah. And you know, you picture some just absolute dork, you know, that thought, well, why do they get all the? I'm going to kill him. You know, I mean, that's what Elliot Rodgers did. Elliot Rodger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Stacy's and the Chads, I believe the terminology is. But yeah, it makes sense that, you know, if the boyfriend was killed with the unattainable women, it almost makes sense that there's a jealousy, rage issue there at play.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just that I had heard that come up way at the beginning. I think some ex-FBI agent or some such had mentioned that as a possibility, and that just struck me as something.
They must have been watching my
sense.
show. Yeah, we were talking about that. Like we were talking about the show before it really became big on the news. You know, it was kind of big on.
Yeah, it probably is actually where it came from. It was just something I heard, and after thinking about it, it made a lot of sense. But anyway, I haven't heard anything about it since then. So I was just wondering if that was still a theory that was being kicked around, or if that was something that had interest that people walked away from it soon after. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, my main theory, I mean, it could even involve, you know, people close to him right now, is that it's somebody who thinks that they should be able to be with somebody, and if they can't be with that person, nobody can, but they also blame the other people that were killed for the reason that he's not with that person. Like
exactly.
Because you know when they're roommates and they're like, oh God, that guy's an idiot. Oh, that guy's a dork. You know? So, you know, they may have treated him weirdly and stuff, and then eventually, you know, he didn't get his dream girl, and he's going to blame all those people for exactly what happened, that he didn't get to be with her, and then he kills them all, and it was cathartic to him. It made him feel good. Yeah.
And it makes sense that none of the women involved would know they're in this big fight. You know, it's totally, they don't really have a sense that someone is seething with that kind of hatred towards them. And if anyone were to ask them, can you think of anybody who would have, you know, the desire to do this to you, the answer would honestly be no, because I'm sure that they don't know that's being directed towards them. But that just seems to make more sense to me than somebody being like a stalker that's after one of them. You know, it just seems like that.
Yeah, the stalker wouldn't seem to have because the stalker theory wouldn't have all the hate for the other people. Like they would have gone and maybe and killed her. But see, that's where you can come up with this scenario where the stalker goes in to get Kaylee, looks in Kaylee's room, she's not in there, and then goes over to Madison's room, and they're in there together. And then he takes his rage out on Kaylee, but also has to kill Madison because she's there. And then the noise woke up Ethan when he came down the stairs, and he went in and killed both of them. You see, that's how you can add. That's how you can add them all. Yeah, like it's
right. Yeah, but if someone's just on a rampage, it makes sense that he may not have known the house, or he may not have known that the other girls were downstairs, and he just whoever he came across, he killed because that was his mission in his own head. You know. But I'm not sure if that was the kind of thing someone with that ideology would be able or want to keep to themselves. You know, it seems like there's a lot of bragging involved, and it would possibly be a source of pride. I'm sure the FBI is all over watching any of those message boards or 4chan or wherever it is that they congregate. So I'm sure they're way on top of that. But I was just wondering if anything new had come of that theory since the first time I heard about it.
Nope. Haven't heard anything
else.
Not so
much? Okay.
Nope.
Well, that answers that question.
All right. All right, have a good one. Thanks for calling.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, and even though I'm saying what my theory is, it could be anything. And by the way, would you guys hit if you're not a subscriber, if you feel like it, you could hit the subscribe button. We're just trying to keep on trucking. I'm trying to make my way up to 100,000, and then after I get to that point, I'm gonna dial it back down and just do my regular shit. But it's just been so long, slowly trudging along all these years. You know, like I've been doing shows for 4 years, but I don't do the sensation. You know, right now there just happens to be 2 cases that are really big that I'm covering. But over the years, I've just covered, you know, things you'll never hear about, like old cold cases and things. And you get absolutely punished for it because people just want the new thing. All right. So, and by the way, could you hit the like button? It's not really that difficult. We've got 1,712 people watching. And only 514 likes. I wish I could ban people that don't hit the like button. Because it's so simple to do. And it just helps them out. They're going to be doing the show for you. And by ban, I mean, you know, like kick out. Yeah, it's weird. Anyways, let me get this one. 806. And see, I just say what I think. All right, go ahead. 806.
Salutations, Gray. How are you doing?
I don't know. Who are you? Hello?
My name is Francisco. I'm from South America.
You don't sound South American. You sound more like from, let's see. I don't know. Go ahead.
What are you, Gray? Are you a anthropologist part-time, or?
Yes, I learned my anthropological skills at the University of Oregon, transferred over to Oregon State. We learned about the Australopithecus africanus, moving on to the Australopithecus boisei, and then we got... What are you talking about? Why are you asking me that? Huh?
Anyway, Gray, I would like to comment on this crime of what happened in Idaho.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, what do you know about it?
Well, I do not know nothing personally, but I do think, Gray, it was personal.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into, Homo sapien and Neanderthalensis? Because they've actually said that my brain is...
Yes, Gray. They came out of the Caucasoid Mountains.
Yeah,
I'm well aware of what you're
they've
about.
They've actually said that my brain is the same size as a Neanderthal, which is a problem because it takes a long time for data to get from one point to the other. All right? I know who you are, man. So get out of here. All right.
You know who I am, Gray?
Mm-hmm, I do. Bye-bye.
What are my initials?
Let's see. DG. All right, see you later. Idiot. Wow, just wow. Now, come on. Doesn't that deserve super chats when I deal with that, you guys? Do I have to put myself in prison tonight? I'm going to do it, man. I'm so mean. Oh, boy. Gray's in prison now. Because I'm so mean. I got rid of the crazy caller. I know exactly what it was. Who that was. I remember the voice. Yeah. I want to suck your blood. That's right. Troll Fund. All right. Look at that. Shannon 360. Troll Fund. No, Greeno's not making calls he's in prison. Yeah. He'll probably be there for a while. Troll Fund. Wow, look at all the Troll Fund money coming in. Is that negative? Uh-oh. Billy Juliana with the -10. Okay, now we're at 0. Very cool. Thanks, Shanna360, Ali Cake, Jessica Schubach, Billy Juliana, and Patty G007. And then I got one that says Gray Hughes. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a Gray Hughes? He's not a loser. We'll put you to snoozer. Fuck. Apocalypse Fra, WNC Granny, AF. There's some real Sasquatches of men in Idaho. Yep. Snack Money and Melanie, the Troll Fund, and Tracy for the bail money. I think that's get me out of there. Thank you, guys. Got me the hell out of that funk. And Ria Mazzarone, anti-troll spray. I definitely need that. What I should have played was this. Anyways, it was... There's people that go, Gray, I don't like your sound effects. It makes me not want. Well, you know what? I need a little bit of break every once in a while, just from just the random. Hey, thank you very much, Ray, SV Kathy, Francine, and Annie T. Don't push Gray because he's close to the edge. He's trying to not lose his head. I think you might be right there. I think it's. And then thank you, Lindsay. That called had one of the worst accents. I know. It was stupid because it wasn't even South American. I could tell right off the bat. I was almost going to say it sounds like kind of reggae or something. It was dumb. Michael G, thank you. Sack and Fox Nanny and Satan and Stace on the case. I don't like saying that person's name. I seem to keep having to, though. All right, 216. You're on.
You make these comments about Gisela K every single show.
Which one are you talking about? Well, I don't. What I don't like is when it's just every time. I'm not talking about any specific person. I'm not talking about any. I'm not. Nobody can hear you right now, but nobody's talking about. What I'm talking about is when people keep saying you can't say those words every show. It's ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I don't, but I think it's ludicrous. All right, buddy. So go do something else, you idiot. All right. I never mentioned her name once on here. I think it's pathetic, though, to every show go, I'm the compassionate one. I'm the compassionate show, because I don't say sexual assault or murder or words like that. How does that make you compassionate? It doesn't mean anything. It means that you're playing the game to make it seem like that. Yeah, anyways. Thanks, 8675309. Yeah. Wow, just wow. Zach Thornhill. Hey, glad you're free now. Stay out of troublemaker. Yeah. Who should I turn to? That was probably somebody that really wants to try to really hard to be like, "Ooh, I was your hero." I'm not even talking about a specific person. I see it on a whole bunch of shows too. It's not just like the one channel. I mean, like I said before, she does good stuff out there with the lists and everything. I don't like some of the terminology like map time. It sounds like you're talking to 4-year-olds. But at the same time, there's all these channels out there that keep saying unalived. I think that's embarrassing, Well, he unalived her yesterday, with a knife. Really? What? Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing as hell. It's just absolutely... He was telling me, you can't control what... Yeah, you're right, I can't control what they do, but I can sure comment on it. I can say it whenever the hell I feel like it. Okay? Let's see. No, it does. Unalived and... what's the other one? I can't even remember what the suicide term was that they used. It's weird. Yeah. But, I like I said before, Grizzly, she does good shows on cases. and it really just keeps doing the same ones forever. I mean, it's always the big cases. It's never the, just Joe Schmo case. Now, recently I've been covering this one in Delphi a lot because I've been covering Delphi for years, and this is a case I covered at the beginning. But you can still find amongst those shows other shows about random cold cases. Now, you could say, well, that's what you want to do. Well, here's the thing is, shouldn't everybody be covering, that's in the true crime world, random old cold cases and missing persons that aren't being talked about as almost like a public service? I mean, it's, yeah. It's weird. Yeah, but like, that channel that I just mentioned is covering the Delphi case every day as if they've been covering it the whole time, and it's just not true. But, it's sort of a demographic thing. If you look a certain way on YouTube, you get all these people that show up there. I don't know what the algorithm is, but I'm just a middle-aged guy sitting here doing these shows, and it just is what it is. All right. Good. Well, how lame is that to have somebody, without mentioning somebody's name, they call into a show to complain that you're alluding to something that somebody else said? You sound like an absolute loser. I mean, unbelievable. What is this? Mud would be my top viewer. Yeah, it is easy to hit the like button. It's very simple. You just literally click it. We only got 690. Yeah, I know why they say they do it, Diane, but live streams aren't monetized anyways, so it's dumb. They just do it to seem like they give a damn, okay? It's not true. The essay for sexual, it's garbage. It's not true at all, okay? All right, 646. Hello?
Yeah, Gray, you forgot red rum. Hello.
Oh, is that one of the other words? Red rum?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Murder. They said, they red rummed her because murder backwards.
Yeah, I know, from the movie The Shining. But yeah, I just talk and say the words that you're supposed to say. It's weird that we've turned into this crazy society that's so worried about every single thing that everybody says. It's crazy, it's weird.
Super soft.
Yeah, it's lame. Yeah, can't stand it. So, anyways, all right. Well, thanks for calling.
I'll see
you later, buddy. Gotta walk the dog.
I'm getting some weird ones tonight, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind her, Mama 457 Rose. I don't like that part of it, though. I'm going to make fun of that forever. Like, I like her. She's a nice person to me and everything. But the part I don't like is the crap about unalived and just sort of the overemphasis of it and the overuse of trigger warnings like every 5 minutes. True crime is a shitty topic in terms of something happened bad to somebody. Okay? Trigger warning should be assumed when you go watch true crime. I mean, can you imagine? How do trials work now? Now, jury, trigger warning here. We're about to show you somebody whose head has been lopped off, and just want a trigger warning. You can look away. No, look, it's just is what it is, okay? So to sit there and make up all these little crazy names, and here it is. It's not really for compassionate reasons. It's for algorithms they perceive. That they think that YouTube, when you say certain words, blocks your channel. So that's the real reason they do it, not because of some higher moral fiber that they've got. All right? You see what I'm saying? They're not doing it. And so when you hear people say, I'm the compassionate channel, because I keep saying, no, you're doing it to avoid, you think, having your channel, like a video demonetized, or it didn't fit into the algorithm. I mean, just be honest about it, you know? Yeah, it just, I think it's disrespectful to actual victims. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I've never really spoken to, but I haven't heard from any of the assault victims that have done videos on my channel where they told their story and I put the videos out. Any of them say, I get triggered by that word. It's almost like there's one person out of a million that got triggered and then it becomes a thing. That's how our society works. If there's one person that complains, the need of the one outweighs the need of the many. It's really on social issues. It's bizarre, you know. Does anyone need unhelp? Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to make it a political thing in here. I'm just saying, I don't mind using the language of the host. Yeah, I don't do it. I don't know what that means. People who haven't experienced people who have committed suicide get triggered by suicide. Yeah, but the word? So you have to, when you say unalive, don't you think that's... People know what it means, so it's like, what difference does it make? See, if somebody goes, well, we're using the word unalive themselves instead of suicide. Every time they say unalive themselves, it should trigger the same thoughts in their mind, right? Every single time, because they know what it means. It's the meaning, not the word itself, right? Yeah, it's just a word that describes what happened. It's really weird, you know. 573, you're on. I mean, I bet we're gonna have this huge, like when they figure out all the words in my show, they're going, man, that guy, that's all he talked about. The word triggering is very triggering. Yeah, me too, man. I get triggered by the word triggered. 801, you're on.
Gwendolyn B.
Gwendolyn B. What's going on, Gwendolyn B? Got the report card out right now. I've got the little meter running. Let's see what happens.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
You actually remember me.
Well, of course I remember you. What are you talking about?
Well, I just mean that sometimes you have a lot of callers, so...
Yeah, but I remember you. I remember your first call, actually. It was the one at the bus station or a train station or something, a case where, right, just down the street, somebody. I can't remember what the case was.
It was 3 years ago.
But that's what it was, right? It was something like at a bus or train station, right? Some event there?
Yeah, I had a true crime story, yes. I did.
That's right, a true crime story. There you go. Boom! All right.
So I actually have to ask you, how are you doing tonight?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel pretty good, and then 5 minutes later I don't. You know, there's just so many crazy people in society, you know. Well, I gotta be honest, I have been listening for like the last month and a half, and it's been dominated by primarily two stories. You know, obviously the thing happening in Idaho, and then there's the thing happening in Indiana, which I find very interesting that... Oh, wait, hold on one second. But by the way, Gwendolyn B. was on my show at CrimeCon. She sat there, right? Yeah. Yes. I mean, I'm not even listening to the show right now. Like, did somebody ask about that? Well, no, Amber said she met you up in there. Amber Maiden. I got it. Oh, yes.
Yes, I remember. Sorry, I apologize. I was like, what random person did I meet there? But now I remember. Okay. So no, I mean, like, literally, you were talking for about last month about basically the Idaho 4, and then basically Delphi. And I gotta be honest, like, how do you feel about the Delphi?
What do you mean?
As far as an overall feeling, like, are you happy it's been solved? Do you feel like there's a lot of questions? I mean, I'm not trying to get all like conspiracy
Of course, we have a
theories.
bunch of questions. You know, I mean, like, we don't know all the other stuff that they have, but the stuff that they did have in that probable, or the arrest affidavit, was really, well, no, I think it was probable cause document. It seemed really, man, it was clear as day to me. The only part that, you know, you wonder if the jury would care about was the bullet. But other than that, he said he was there. Richard Allen places himself at the bridge between 1:30 and 3:30 at right there on the trails. He is standing on platform 1 when Sue, the witness, walks by and sees him, and then she turns around and then heads back, and then halfway back to the car, passes Abby and Libby, who eventually get killed by that person. And not one other person in the park saw Richard Allen again after that time, and that was at 1:55, and then the only time he was seen again was 3:57, walking on the street, bloody and muddy. It's he pretty much places himself in he's completely boxed in, especially admitting that he was standing on platform 1.
Well, that's kind of the thing I wondered about, is like, why didn't they piece together? Do you think that was kind of the focus of 2019? Because I'm starting to wonder if they saw, you know, back to his comments back in 2018 or maybe 2017, I think is when actually he talked to police. And it makes me wonder, like, you know, does that make sense? I mean, what I'm saying here?
Well, they should have. I think it's clear that they should have been able to. You know, if somebody had put that together a long time ago, there would have been an arrest made years ago. 2019. I don't know. I think Richard Allen is what led to them looking. Here's how I could see it happening. They say, hey, they're talking to Kagan Klein, and Kagan said something like, you know, the guy, his name is Richard Allen, or something Kagan Klein said led to the name Richard Allen based off of maybe the Dropbox account. And then they find out that there's the Richard Allen lives right there in Delphi and has lived there for a long time, and they knew that they had talked to every single male in the town. So then they thought, God, how come doesn't show up on these lists here? Let's look through the old files here. Then they start digging through all their old shit, and there he is, Richard Allen. And then it was sort of this embarrassing moment where they realized that the information he gave them back then would have led to the arrest almost immediately. So they came up with this story about, how it was filed wrong, and we just, it was just clerical errors and things by the FBI, of course. Couldn't have been themselves. So that's how I think that played out. It's just total speculation.
No. And that's, again, speculation on our part, but can I ask you this? I mean, do you think that, obviously, we're not seeing the whole affidavit, we're probably seeing only part of it. I think that's where we're at this point with that case specifically. I mean, if that makes sense with you.
What part was that again?
Specifically, basically, we're only seeing a part of the affidavit. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, or I don't know. I'm not really sure. I actually did think that the captain had a pretty good theory. Like maybe there's the purple, was it BT Cruiser or whatever the hell, PT Cruiser is no, I think it's Captain Howdy. I'm not sure. You don't want to. It's not the guy on True Crime Garage, but the there's a purple PT Cruiser, I think, and then there's people out there that say that Tony Klein's mom has a PT Cruiser. So that would be sort of interesting if that's what they didn't want out there, because they would have went, oh my God, because they're not really that common, right? A purple PT Cruiser in Delphi, that area.
I'm from Utah. I'm not from Utah, but I'm from Illinois, like I was telling you. And I mean, a small vehicle like that will be very common for the area. But that's not the point. I was actually kind of wondering, like, I thought that they were already like saying that the type vehicle that was in the area at the time was, similar to what he had. Was it not? That's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't know. They were just saying there was one of the people said that one. I'm kind of wondering. Remember when they said it was the other witness was the car was parked consistently with the one behind.
Well, that was
but the other guy that I talked to said it was right down the street. So I wonder if some of these witnesses saw both cars, because it's kind of close. It's right there. Not quite. The word consistent, kind of like the ping.
And this is just a theory. I mean, again, you can, basically tell me what you think your theory is. But I'm starting to think that the arrest warrant has been segregated, meaning that they have hidden some of it.
Well, that's what I was kind of speculating on the other day, but I don't have any information on that. Yeah. I don't have any. Well, I mean, I can't say how they would have done that, or I haven't heard from anybody. See, my opinion is that it's possible. I mean, all I can say is my opinion is, if it's even possible, that they gave the judge exactly what they need to give him or her to get the warrant signed for the arrest, but left out other stuff. But then you say to yourself, did they change it after the first one then? Because he said he didn't want it out there because it would expose information to another person that they're interested in. They think somebody else is involved. So based on that, what in the document that we did see made you think of another person at all? Because it was just kind of...
that's an interesting kind of thing about the whole Delphi cases, because they claim it's a complex case, and I'm not saying it's not. It could be, could not be. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what the law enforcement knows. So what I'm explaining is basically I think that they're withholding some of the information, and this is just my theory. I normally don't go out of my way to talk about a case like this, because I think it's full of drama and it's full of just theory.
Which one?
And no, specifically Delphi.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think
all these cases are the Idaho one, Delphi, Kylie Rodney, Dylan Rounds, just all a bunch of crazy people. Yeah. So that's why I try to be the non-crazy one in there, even though some people don't like me because of my personality. But the problem is me. The thing is it's almost the only way to be when you're doing what I'm doing, because you deal with so many crazy, wild, speculating people that it's almost impossible to be kind every second about it. Oh, God, that was the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen. Oh, God. But great thought, though. What? I think you'd sound almost sarcastic if you did it that way.
What happened just now?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm really not watching.
I was. What do you mean? What happened just now? I was doing a imitation of what you'd have to be like.
Well, no, I think for me, true crime is more than just, like just who a reflection of you are is. I think it should be a reflection of who you are. and I trust that I'm a good person.
I might have to make a mug with that.
do
What
what I
happened? Hey, I might have to do that. Make a mug out of what you just said. You said, what happened just now? That'd be a good one.
No, I'm serious. Like I actually do think that people should be the best person they can be if you're going to be in true crime, because true crime is, quite frankly, a terrible reflection of humanity.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, the problem is it's hard
be
when you're the creator, like you're like the person doing the show, when the people that call in aren't the best, sometimes aren't the best version of humanity. Right? So I just try to do the best I can.
That's not who I try to be. So
well, I'm not talking about you. No, when you said
I know.
No, a minute ago when you said what just happened, I wasn't even talking about you or anything. I was talking about I don't know how you got confused on that, to be honest with you, but I was just talking about like in the true crime world, it's almost impossible to be somebody other than that.
People are full of drama.
Yeah.
That's it. And I don't even like talking about it, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I try my best to be a person who, the world would reflect of me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think true crime is about. So anyway, that's not what I endorse, and I want to thank you for your time. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
So what grade did I get?
Oh
today?
shit. I don't know. Might just be a B this time. All right. We kind of were all over the place, but hey, I think but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. All right. All right.
All right. Well, no, I appreciate your time. Okay.
Okay. Have a good one. See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Gwendolyn B. She got up to an A- that one a couple of times.
All right. Well, no,
573. You're on.
Bye.
Hello. Who's this? Oh yeah. What's going
I have
on?
to turn up the volume here so I can hear you better. I had to turn down your call waiting music.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I have to do it this way because it puts people in the right order.
Okay.
When I did it the other way, there was people on hold for an hour and a half because everybody that called in kept going to the top, and they would just get shoved down at the bottom. And this one keeps everybody in order no matter what. So.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is only the second time I've ever called into one of these true crime things. I live in the Ozarks in Missouri.
Sweet.
And I live alone, so TV is my life, and I've got into this true crime since Summer Wells, and I love it. And I do love your channel because you don't put up with the fuckery.
Well, thanks.
And you're welcome. Because I like Michelle After Dark as well, because she don't put up with drama. She just does her true crime, and she does cold cases as well.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, these people do them, but it's really rare. Like I went and checked on these people. Go, oh, they do. But it's like almost as rare as the cold. I mean, you go on there and you just have to scroll down like 150 videos and you might see something. It's always kind of the same popular one. Like I've done months where it's just the same, like every night a different, 3 different cold cases or 2 with nothing else.
I like it. I like that. And I will watch your channel more often. Well, right now she's doing one every day of
yeah, because lately we were just covering this one. Yeah, the Idahos and the Delphi, because it's just the Delphi, everything. I don't know. I'm trying to mix stuff in, but
right,
it's hard.
Right, and I understand that. But yeah, the Idaho thing is just horrible, and the fuckery that's going on to make things crazier. It's kind of like the police. I think once they investigate and file the paperwork and put it away, they're done with it pretty much. It seems like you just got to have a good PI in that police department. I think someone that's willing to run things down.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is, what was I saying? I lost my thought. I looked at you on TV and I lost my thought.
Well, people were just really triggered by the word that you were saying, the swear word that you kept saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
So
I'm kidding.
sorry.
They weren't really. It was a joke.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm new to your show, so I don't know what you allow, what you don't. Everyone's different.
I don't. It doesn't matter. I mean, I won't allow like
But I
racism
do.
or anything like that, or cutting. If I won't allow racism or people cutting down like specific classes of people. But other than that, people can just. And also, I don't really allow people bringing up random POIs that they have that are just in their mind.
Right.
I don't allow that.
Yeah. Right. Just you want something positive in a negative world, which is true crime.
Yeah.
Because it's always about dying. So that's the thing right there. But what I was thinking is it's going around that this Kaylee, our boyfriend, Jack, is the one behind this because of some emails that are coming out as far as these gang world. Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about that. No.
Really? Okay.
I mean, where are you reading this on Reddit or what?
No, another true crime station.
Okay, well, it's basically you might be the same.
A harsh reality, I think.
Well, yeah, but maybe that's where they get that stuff. I mean, one thing we don't do over here is like plug other channels over and over and over again because I don't know anything about them and I don't like to have people even go check it. Like it takes a lot. I mean, the reality is when you're doing these shows and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, have you checked out this one and this one and this?" It just starts spreading everybody out. Where you try. It takes so hard to build up your own. And also, I don't know anything about a lot of the people that people bring up because I really. Every once in a while I go watch a show, but not for what they're talking about, just mainly to see what they're saying, like if it's factual or not, because I already know what they're going to be saying. But I never go to a show to learn or to come up with what I'm going to be talking about. Like I really don't want to know anything about what I don't want to know what they're thinking. I don't care.
Okay. Gotcha. But you just asked me where I got my info. That's why.
Well, I did say that, but I was figuring it'd be like Reddit or something like that.
No, I don't even. I'm 65 years old and I barely do my phone, let alone a computer. I'm just not real tech. I just watch TV and talk on my phone. How's that?
That's pretty
But
good.
anyway, I was just wondering if there was more about that. Because the police aren't really coming up with anything as far as letting us know anything. So I just kind of travel around on different channels to see if I can find out anything new or another angle or another idea because this is horrible. And like the Kylie Rodney, I didn't start this till like Summer Wells, when she disappeared is when I started doing it. But I always wanted to be a detective myself back in the day. So I just wanted to call in and see if there was anything more that maybe you have heard since you're so... you're not into the drama, you're into the case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I'd have to see, like, where somebody came up with something like that. Like, how would they get access to emails or anything like that?
Right.
It wouldn't shock me at all. I mean, that was the person I brought up in a theory video that I made that was 20 minutes long, 3 weeks ago. And then I took it down because it was kind of... I said his first name, but I didn't show his face or anything. And then they also said that he was, they're not, at this time, they don't consider him involved in the case. So.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, well, that's all I wanted to know, if maybe you'd heard anything. And I thank you for taking my call, and I'll be calling back again if I have anything interesting to say.
Sweet. Well, why don't you send me, if you can find some other place, you just send me the link and I'll just take a look at it. If you can email it to me.
I probably wouldn't know how. Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't know how.
If you can do it, then do it. If not,
okay. Okay. Well, thank you for your time, sir, and nice to meet you, Mr. Gray.
All right, you too. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
All right. It sucks. I saved a version, and now I'm don't have the version that I saved because I already had put the rails on top. Oh god, everything. Jesus, that sucks. I had this whole spot over here fixed out and everything. I don't know. Yeah, went back in time. I blew it. Let me see what that said. Yeah. Shoot. God. It's brutal. Oh, man. I think that's even before I made... Oh, I don't even think I have the roof on there. Do I? Let's see. Please. Maybe there's an auto save I can find. Yeah, that sucks. God. And I worked so long on that thing and then I lost it. No, that was a woman. 978.
Great, what's going on, man?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Hey, not much, man. The last time I called, you were very busy, so I hope I called at a better time.
Yeah. Yep. It's good.
Yeah. I got a couple things. I'll be quick this time, I promise. With the Delphi case, if you were a juror, are you happy with... I know there's more evidence to come, but what? Just strictly talking what we know now with the probable cause affidavit. Are you happy with what they have?
Yeah, I would want more for sure. But if I was on the jury and I was given all of that information, and even him saying he parked at the old building, that and people go, no, he said it was this other one, yeah, but that's south of his house. And then later he said didn't even say old that building. He said an old building, and that's the one that's right there. So he's admitting to parking there. And then you might ask, well, how come you never came forward when they mentioned in the press conference that they wanted to know who the driver was of the vehicle that was parked there? Well, he didn't come forward on that. And then he places himself there. He gets there at 1:30-ish, walking, passes those three girls. They see him. And then just 20 minutes later, he sees the other girl sees him at the end of the bridge because he admitted to being there looking at fish. So that is him. That is him in the video. Like the video image is him walking on the bridge. It would have been great if they had asked him about it back then, because then he would admit it. And then they found a bullet that apparently, that technology, you'd have to have the expert come on and show. Like a good way to do it might be to grab like 5 different guns and eject a bunch from the same different guns and then say, see how this one's got this little mark here? It's a little different. And people might see, oh, I see. Wow, so that really was from his gun. Yeah, and he places himself there, and he's the only guy that looked like that on that trail. It's weird that day.
Right, fair enough. But okay, but he placed himself. So it's not like they caught him. And said,
well, that doesn't help him that he placed himself there.
I think it helps him a little bit.
I don't think it helps him at all, man. Yeah.
But let's say he didn't tell the police anything, and all of a sudden they find out that he was there, but he never said anything.
Well, they never would have found out. But here's the thing: he thought if you explained it to a jury, and say, listen, the witnesses walked by him and they saw him. 3 different girls. One said hi to him. He admitted saying hi to that person, and he felt compelled to come forward, knowing that he was seen out there that day. He was trying to get ahead of law. I mean, that's the most logical story. Because what other person, even in the whole city of Delphi, came forward to say, hey, guess where I was? I was over here. You're just going to wait for somebody to come ask you something. Right?
Right.
And
by the way, I just want to preface this by saying I do think he's the one. I'm worried about a court of law. I'm worried about proof.
Well, I am too.
That's what I'm saying. I do think he's, but I'm just saying
because
the
of
whole
people.
Magic bullet. People are calling it the magic bullet theory.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting where there was a YouTuber that called it magic bullet, and then all of a sudden his attorneys called it that. Although it sort of is reminiscent.
I'm worried that it's just not enough. I'm honestly worried because if he walks, there's no going back. There's no the whole double jeopardy. So I'm worried that this isn't enough. Are you hoping there's more at the
Well,
trial?
I'm almost certain there's more. Like they have a strong case against him. I'm sure. I mean, if there isn't more, that's going to be. It would just be a perpetual hung jury forever, because there's enough people with brains that would see that and go, oh my God, yeah, that's him. and he admits
Right.
to being there. And then there's those people who go, I don't.
12 random people.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I'm just. Before the probable cause affidavit came out, I was hoping for some. I honestly thought they found something at his house, whether it would be an article of clothes that one of the girls wore, whether it would have been the murder weapon, whatever. I just it just didn't.
Well, what if they do
overwhelm
have
me.
some of that stuff, but they said, what is the bare minimum, Judge, that we need to give you that this is enough for probable cause? Because there might be, because we need to keep, but why would they need to keep that secret? Oh, we found the underwear we were looking for. You know, that wouldn't be something that would lead to another person. It would lead to be more evidence against him.
Right. And one more, how do you think they came about Richard Allen? Do you think Keegan Kline had anything to do with it? Or do you think a random officer randomly said, oh, I came like 5 years ago, I've just been looking through the records and I came across this conservation officer who had, you know, or do you think, because the whole Wabash River thing, do you think that had to do with it? Or do you think you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I that's why. Well, I said that at the beginning of the show. I was thinking that I think the name somehow law enforcement came up with Richard Allen because of Kagan somehow, like whether it was through the Dropbox or whatever, came up with their name, and then they had to go back and they realized that they literally talked to every single person in Delphi, and they see that there is a Richard Allen in Delphi. And they know that they've talked to him before because they've talked to every single male. And then but they couldn't find him in sort of the basic books. They were like, hey, so then they went and dug through, because they knew that they had talked to everybody, the old files somewhere, and stumbled upon the name Richard Allen. And then reading through it, they were like, oh my God, we should have solved this. we got to blame this on a crappy clerical error by somebody else. It's not our fault, you know, right? And so, you know, I think that's kind of how it worked right there.
Right. So do you think they'll end up putting cuffs, or I guess he's already in jail, but like that Tony Kline or Keegan Kline will end up getting, you know, will end up being part of this, I should say.
Well, they did. The prosecutor said that they believe somebody else is involved, right?
Right.
Yeah. So.
It's just, I'm worried, Gray. That's all it is.
And it's not going to be Ron Logan, the other person, right? I know the Ron Logan people want it to be him, but if it was Ron Logan, like I've said 100 times, they would have said, well, we think Ron Logan might be involved too, because he's dead. He's not running anywhere. He's not going to, you know, start running, you know, like, oh, we got to keep it secret because he might take off or do something, right? So it can't be Ron Logan.
Ron Logan makes no sense. Like, I was watching this channel the other day, and they had a good point, and then all of a sudden they were like, but Ron Logan could be the guy, and I turned it off immediately, because it's like, dude, this guy was like 78 years old.
Yeah.
Do people understand where they were? This old man would have to walk so miles.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, it's not that far. That's actually from his house. It's only.
But to be able to walk around all the way to the other side of the bridge.
Right, and why would he do that too? Like, for example, they keep thinking that the bridge guy is Ron Logan. So why would Ron Logan go from the crime scene and walk west away from his home, heading towards the abandoned CPS building, all bloody and muddy? Wouldn't he just sort of sneak behind his house and go into it?
Right, and it drives me insane, man. And it's not like he's a 30-year-old man. He's like almost 80.
He was able to get up and down the hill by his house, but what you have to think about is Libby weighed, I think it was 200 pounds, and she wasn't alive, and so that's very hard to pull somebody. You have to be really strong to do that, to move a person like that.
Right.
And he might be strong, but man, I mean, come on, he's
100%. I'm just a little worried about the trial, man, because we're not talking about me and you who follow the case for the past 6 years almost. We're talking about 12 random jurors who you have to tell a story to. You have to get them up to date and get them to see the common sense of it all, you know. And the defense is going to do a very good job of trying to push you away from that narrative, but
yeah. That's
And
pretty sad.
I just don't think the whole unspent bullet is enough. I really don't. As much as I think he's guilty, and you think he's guilty, are 12 random people who hopefully have never heard about this case, because I believe in a fair trial. Are they going to think it's enough? That's kind of what I'm worried about.
Yeah, well, I mean, that really is. I almost could bet you money that if that's all they've got and you got a jury, it would be something like 10 to 2. You know, and there would always just be a hung jury, because there's a lot of really dumb people in society.
100%.
Yeah, so that's just how it works.
Yeah, I hope there's something else. I need some DNA, Gray. I need something else for me to feel comfortable.
Yeah, well, I think they've got a lot more. They just probably put what was the minimum requirement, and they do that often. Actually, they don't put all the evidence in the probable cause document, because then it's like you just gave the defense everything. You put enough in there to tell the story, and make it probable. That's all you have to do, is make it probable that this person's guilty, right?
And people are saying he might have his fingerprints on the bullet. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, that would be that'd be amazing if they had that, you know.
Yeah, I've heard that, but who knows if it's true. And then in terms of the Idaho killings, you know, I guarantee, I've heard you talk about it, I guarantee it's someone they know. I can't see this being a Ted Bundy situation. People love to bring up that name, but that's such it's almost like cliche.
Yeah.
You know, I bet it's someone that was obsessed with.
I only use the Bundy part when people say, "Who would go in and kill 4 people in the?" You know, I say, "Well, Bundy did it." I mean, people have done it before. Everybody just doesn't really.
He did.
Yeah.
You know, he did. Okay, Ted Bundy was real. That happened, but I guarantee it's someone they knew.
That's what I think. Yeah, I think it's somebody they knew. Yeah.
It could have been an Uber drive or like a delivery or whatever. You know, I guarantee it's something like that. That was obsessed with one of the girls. They turned him down, and you know, who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But anyways, that's all I had. I just want to, you know, kind of pick your brain a little bit.
Yeah, I think you know, me knowing the case, I'm like, oh god, this guy's nailed. But then after, you know, you sit back and you think about it, it's like, yeah, you definitely would need more, and I'm sure law enforcement has more. I would almost bet money that they have a lot more information now.
Well, the thing is nowadays everybody wants it to be so quick. You know, back in the day, like, people let investigations, but now you have social media, and it's like, oh, it's only been 4 weeks. You know, it takes some time.
Well, I would think that it would be in his favor to get the quickest trial that he could get. Like, he needs to say, well, I'm my right to have a speedy trial. I'm ready to go. Let's go, and just get going.
Sure.
On his side, because you know, then it doesn't give the, you know, the other person that might be involved might have been the key to everything, and then that doesn't happen, and then oh shit, you know.
Yeah, let's have the trial. Let's have the trial before that all comes out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But anyways, Gray, love what you do. I'm still watching after a little while now, and
cool.
I'll keep watching.
Well, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. What was your name again?
Greg.
Greg? Oh, an actual Greg. I get called that all the time. Okay.
Yeah, Greg, not Gray.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Hey, I'm a Celtics fan, but go Blazers. I'll give you some, I'll give you some support.
All right,
you guys are hurting this year.
No, we're not doing too bad. We got some injuries.
Well, what's your record now?
Well, we were 10-3. Now we're 12-2, but we're in 6th place. But we just kind of had a lot of injuries right in the middle for some reason. It was weird.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. We were actually 1st place for a while, and then we went on a 5-game losing streak because of, like, Lillard was out, and then, like, 2 other key players were injured. So it's like, ugh. But now
I'm hoping we win it this year, man. We got the best record in the league, but, you know, come playoff time, we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, I like you got the Oregon point guard there. He's pretty fun.
Who's that?
The little Celtic point guard, your guy. What's his name?
Peyton Pritchard?
Yeah, he's from Oregon.
Okay.
University of Oregon, yeah. He's pretty good, right? I mean, he makes bombs.
He's good. He can shoot, he can dribble.
Pass.
He's a little bit of a liability on defense, but he's good.
Yeah. Well, cool.
Anyways, great. You have a good one, and shout out to the freaks.
All right, man. Have a good one. See ya. Bye. Shout out to the freaks, where we've got on another one of these trains. Oh, by the way, thank you to Sweet Pea, 8675309, Tosh, and Georgina Stuliker earlier, and Lindsay and Jamie said, "Love you and your channel, Gray." Yeah, maybe I shouldn't care, what other channels say. Why do I really care that somebody says? It just is really annoying to me when somebody says, uses unalived. It's just, ugh. Makes me want to puke. Every time I see it, I get really cringy. But I probably shouldn't really care. I'm gonna go back to my own little cave of cases. Hey, by the way, could you guys hit the like button? We're at 8:35. It should be easy as hell to get to 1,000. So let's get going. Here we go. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Hit that like button. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Rolling on the floor, laughing your ass off. Yeah. Oh, that's one of the things I always tell people, too. If you're new to this channel and you type in, I've said this before, so the freaks know this one. But if you type in ROLF, LMA, whatever the hell that long thing is, and you do that all the time, and then you really picture the person rolling on the floor, laughing their ass off. Okay? And people just sort of type that in reflexively a lot of times. There you go. See right there. There's Cinderella. But here's one thing you can do. You can know for certain, you guys. If somebody tells you a story and they said, "Oh my God, everybody, I was putting up some paintings in the house the other day, and I was trying to put a nail into a stud in the wall, and I just drilled the hammer down on my thumb." ROFTLMA. Really? So you laughed your ass? Let me just say this right now. If you've got your thumb up like this, and you go, BAM! And you go, ah! And you're rolling around on the ground laughing, I'm going to get you a straitjacket and take you right to a mental facility immediately. You are a nutcase, all right? All right, call in user 1. What's going on? Not too bad. Who's this?
Yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me?
You got to turn down that audio in the background.
Okay, yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank you for what you do.
You got to turn down that audio. Can you turn the audio in the background, though? Because just use the phone.
What you do. Can you turn the audio in the background? Okay, I did. I got 2 questions, Mr. Hughes. One, how come nobody's talked about or identified the driver that dropped the girls off at home? And
because it's just apparently it was some sort of sorority driving service or something to make sure they made it home. I don't know. I mean, they cleared him. It was just somebody to. They obviously called somebody. You could see they were using their phones, and they got a hold of somebody, and they got a ride home. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure why you focused in on them, that person. They seemed to clear him. They cleared him in the article
because they say the last person to see him alive was the guys at the grub station in a white hoodie, but the last person to see him alive would be the one that dropped him off. And my other question just would be, something mind-boggling to me is the cell phone that Kaylee had. How did the parents get the phone before that phone was not?
Well, they probably. Here's what I would think is that they probably pay. They probably pay their daughters. They probably pay their daughter's cell phone and have access to the records online. Where it's hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have record. They have.
That's the only thing mind-boggling about me, man. I've been around all the military, that myself. I've been all around, but just them two things is bugging me. That phone.
Yeah, but I just explained the phone thing. They probably pay their daughter's cell rec phone, and then they probably were able to get into the account and see the calls that were made. That makes sense?
Right. Yeah, we can speculate. I mean,
okay, but doesn't that make more sense than something nefarious? Like, what are you implying when you say, how did the parents get the number? What are you implying with that?
Yeah, I mean, that cell phone, the key that I mean, you would think that's a needle in a haystack as far as evidence. Like, that phone should have went nowhere but to the authorities. And you tell me you need the parents to unlock something and you got that key. I mean, come on, man. Just I don't know. So
I know, but what do you okay?
On this. I want justice.
No, I hear what you're saying, but what are you implying when you say that they got the number a different way? Like, what are you trying to get at? I mean,
well, remember they had to unlock. The father had to unlock the phone for the authorities. I mean, as soon as the phone should have never even got to them. I mean, just for a crime like this, the phone should have just been.
The phone should have been.
I don't know, but yeah, I just wish somebody could just shine some light on that for me. I just can't.
Well, that is that. What do you mean? They just got the records and they were able to say it. I don't really know what you're trying to get at. I still don't understand.
You would think that's a key piece of evidence that shouldn't be released to no one.
Well, I guarantee it. They didn't just get the phone. They probably looked at the phone records because they probably had access to it. So that is speculation on my part, but doesn't that make sense? Like, a lot of parents pay for their kids' cell phone bills while they're in college.
Yeah. There's that, and then, like I said, I would like to know who dropped him off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they said it was an Uber. They said it was a ride share. And these people been called in for.
Well, one thing you might want to look at to ease your mind. So they got the Uber ride at about let's just say 1:45, and they got home at 1:52. Not 1:56. Excuse me. They got home at 1:56, and when they get home, they're still up making phone calls an hour later to Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. So that means they made it home just fine after being dropped off.
Right. Yeah, but who dropped? I
know, but why does it matter? Like, they've already ruled. I know, but they ruled him out. The person. Why do you need to know the person's name if they?
No, the driver that took him home safely. The car that they got is no driver. How come they never?
Yeah.
Is that something that they just can't disclose or?
Yeah, it's part of the investigation, but they've also said in the documents that they released that they don't consider the driver that drove them home to be involved in the murders.
Yeah, because maybe he could shed light on something, or he saw something, or if they was followed, you know.
Well, that's a good point there, but maybe I think they would obviously probably do that when, like, hey, when you dropped them off, did you see anything or anything? And he might have been. What if he's the one that saw the white vehicle parked out there?
That's true.
Hey, what about that? Huh? Boom! Yeah. We just nailed it.
Thank you, man. I was just losing sleep over there, so I'll make it feel a little bit better.
Well, sleep easy tonight, man. Sleep easy tonight.
Justice. You have a good night. Thank you.
All right, you too. Have a good one. Bye.
All right.
All right. Wouldn't that be interesting if the guy that dropped the driver, female or male, who dropped the girls off, saw that white vehicle there, and it was there at that time, and that would add to that theory that I had where somebody was already in the house with Ethan and Zaina. Boom! Total speculation, but hey, what about that, huh? All right. Jennifer C. Hello. Hello. Are you there? You have to, I don't know if, are you muted or? You gotta do something with your audio. It's not letting it play. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. So I have a quick question. I don't know if anyone's ever asked this previously in the last month, but do we know who the person that took the photograph was? The one that was allegedly taken the day of, like, underneath their balcony?
A picture of what? I don't know which one you're talking. Oh, you mean of all 6 of them?
Yeah.
No, I don't know who took that.
Okay. I was just curious because they're trying to piece together like who their interactions were with. They were all with all day, and I just was like, okay, well, her comment or her post said something to the effect of, these are some of my favorite people or something like that. And I was like, well, could the person that took the picture have been a little butthurt about that comment? But who's the photographer, and can they play?
Well, what if they just did a timer? What if they just did a timer on their phone or something?
I mean, maybe.
It's kind of a weird angle. It's kind of a weird angle for that.
They would need like a fancy tripod and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just sort of, I don't know. I mean, that's just kind of like really trying to reach for something,
No, not to say that they're involved, but did they hang out with them? Did that person get interviewed? Can they, lend a little bit more information as far as, they're going, where they were, and what they did all day long leading up to, their evening excursions? Just something I was just thinking about.
Yeah, let me take a look at something really fast. Because I remember looking at it, that picture today. I want to just want to check something. Yeah.
Yeah, it said one lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day.
Yeah, I'm not really looking at. I'm just trying to find the larger shot, the one that had. Yeah, I guess kind of like this one. I don't know if that is. Are you sure that was taken at their house?
It looks like it's. I'm not positive. It looks like it would be just on the side of their slider underneath the balcony.
Yeah, but some of these other things don't seem. It could be underneath the balcony. Yeah. I mean, that's about the width of their deck that goes over there. But this part over here looks odd. I need the larger one. Where's the bigger one that showed all 6 people? I have it on my thumbnail. But, oh, there it is. Ah, see, then they blurred out the spot that was. Yeah, no, that's not their place, I can tell you. Just looking at that picture, I've already modeled the whole thing. So that's not their house. See this there's beams here, and then looks like even steps going up over there. So wherever that picture was taken isn't their house.
Okay.
I don't know if that really changes much.
Yeah, no, yeah, regardless of the location, I guess, just interesting that 4 out of those 6 people are no longer with us, and who the heck took this picture, and do they have something to say, and hopefully the police have talked to them.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad idea. I mean, at least
and
they
then
just talk to them.
I had a random question off the topic of the Idaho 4, but there was a case that I had followed for some time. It happened back in like 95 or 96. Were you doing true crime back then?
No. I mean, I followed it, but I mean, I wasn't doing it. What was it?
Oh, it was a case of a college student that was murdered.
What's the name? Actually. What's the name?
It was the Kristen Smart case.
Oh, yeah, we covered that many times. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to be from the year to cover it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, since then, yeah, they just finally got an arrest or convicted the guy, right?
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed.
The dad definitely was.
Dad got away because dad had to have been involved.
Yeah, his dad was definitely part of it. I don't know how the hell they got off on that. Crazy.
It was just I went to college nearby around the same time, and I followed that case closely. So I was just curious. I wanted to go back and catch some of your videos on that. Yeah,
I just put a whole bunch of them on private. So there's a whole bunch. I mean, I just checked a few days ago. I had 1,880 videos, shows that I've done. So I put a bunch of them on private though. So
Okay.
I don't know if that was one of them, but, you know. Anyways, hey, thanks for calling in. That was a good idea there. Get a hold of that person.
Take care.
All right, have a good one. See you. Bye. Yeah, I wonder where that was taken. That'd be kind of interesting to go look around to see where that picture was taken. I could do it. You know, it's probably, I don't know, maybe it was at a sorority or something. What was the sorority that they're in? Phi Beta, yeah, Pi Beta, there it is right there. Pi Beta Phi. Oh, that's looking good, just that little look there. Let's see. Oh, shoot. God. Yeah, the old, well, there we go. There's a newer one. Yeah. All right, let me get the 385. You're on.
Hey Gray, it's Sweet Pea, or my real name is Jen.
Cool. What's going on?
I just wanted to give my 2 cents, and forgive me if it's already been said or addressed, but so if the target is Maddie, but they were in
Maddie?
the target is Kaylee.
Yeah.
Sorry. If the intended target is Kaylee, but they were in Maddie's room, that could be a way, like the perpetrator would have to know Maddie's code on her door. And so I would look at, I don't know, it just seems like...
You mean each room in the house had a keypad on it? I thought it was...
That's what I've...
Oh. I don't know about
yeah, no.
I don't know about that. I thought it was just you could lock your own door if you were in it, but the keypad was for the getting into the house.
Okay, well that makes more sense. But
but where does it say that? Where does it say they all had keypads?
I've heard it on a bunch of like...
Has it been on any of the news channels or anything? That's what I would really want it from, is like a news article. Everybody just claims things and...
Yeah, so I was hearing it on the news and how that was critical, kind of critical at what they're looking at this point. And it kind of, the implication was that each of the doors had keypads.
Kind of weird to have keypads for each door in the house. That's bizarre.
I have one for my office.
Well, I mean, but that's different than having a house with 6 rooms in it and each room has its own keypad.
Yeah.
But you also would have to lock your door, like if you were, you know, mad. They were probably drinking and then they just shut their door. Maybe they didn't lock it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to believe that unless I see it myself.
Yeah. Well, just in case that is, you know, the situation.
Well,
it seems like they must.
Well, send it to me, Hamilton Blue. Then let me see it. I'd like to see that. I mean, I'll believe it if it's true. I mean, it's not like I'm not married to that, but it just sounds so bizarre to me. I've never heard of anything like that. 6 rooms in a normal, like a house, to have like, yeah.
I had just, you know what? I'll look for the news channel and try and send it to you. Where do you know where I can send it, or do you have your email listed in the description?
Yeah, it's usually in the description. I think somebody else just said that they were going to send me a picture of it inside.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can look for that too. I just thought the perpetrator would have to be close to Maddie in that case. So anyway, sorry, this is nonsense, but I've been thinking about this case for like 36 hours. I get 0 sleep thinking about this
Okay,
case.
well, look at,
Yeah.
but I always tell people, if you're that overly obsessed, you shouldn't do true crime, because it should just be where it's like, you know, get up in the morning, might have some coffee and go look at it, But if it's affecting your life where you're really, you know, like you're not getting any sleep, you know, you get chills, you're crying all day because of something. It just isn't something you should be doing. I'm just being honest. But
Yeah, I'm not crying all day, but anyway,
yeah.
I just, anyway, sorry, it may seem silly, but I just wanted to give my thoughts. So.
Well, it doesn't. I'm just kind of teasing you about the 36 hours straight if you haven't slept because of this case. Come on. I mean, at least get some sleeping pills in, or, you know, some of the, and go get some sleep in there. But, yeah, I mean, are you just saying that the doors have locks on them, or each one has a keypad on it?
Each of them would have a keypad on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try and find pictures for you, but that could be the reason, because there was no evidence of break-in. Oh, what if somebody got close enough to Maddie to get to Kaylee? I don't know. This is all super complicated. But anyway, just a thought for what it is.
That's a good thought. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good night.
Get some sleep. All right. Bye-bye.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know who this person is that you sent me here. Somebody sent me a link to some girl named Josie that probably took that photo. Oh, I can tell you where this is. Hold on. Let me look. Is it right there? Just a second. Just a second. I think those photos are. That photo was taken up in here. This apartment complex right here. See, I was able to just determine that off of this photo right here. See this one? That's the same, you know, who just sent that to me? Hold on. Yeah, that was one of the quickest image sleuths I've ever had in my life. So this picture right here, I think is the same one as, let's see. Yeah, it's the same. Everything's the same. See how the roof has the 2x8s and all that crap? And then what I was looking at was this picture right here. And in the background, see that little field over there with the cars and everything? I just thought, well, maybe that's that band field, right? And, you know, you look at that. As a matter of fact, in the background there, you can see... Here, let me... Here, just a second. Yeah, so I got it. See that right over there? Watch this. Can I get a boom? Yeah, just all I saw was the field, but now that absolutely verifies it, and the path over there. And then you close that down, and then you look right up there, and there's the apartment complex with the exact same, probably is on the lower floor there with the slats and everything. So there you go. We know exactly where that picture was taken. So we'll go ahead and put that. It's on one of the stairs too. So let's get the. It's kind of cool when you just guess at something and get it right. Let me go to right here where you can see in. Wait, what happened there? That was weird. I got thrown like 10 blocks away. Yeah, right here. There you go. So they're either on that building or this one, but they have those steps going up. So they're, you know, all we can say is they're in that apartment. There's almost no way to get an exact, I mean, I could probably if I spent a lot of time on it, but like right here, photo, let me make sure I'm in the right place. So that's pretty close to their house. Obviously, it's just right there. Probably had friends all around in all these different places. Yeah, you guys, we had that a long lull again in here. Yeah. I was just reading what Cremo said, or Camino said. All right. Father of Idaho murder victim was asked to fix lock at home in week. Okay, that's a lock. Cara Denise Northington, mother of murder victim Zena Coronado, revealed in a phone interview with News Nation that her daughter's father had worked on the locks at the home prior to the killings. Oh, now this will add to the people who want to blame him. Oh, jeez. Here we go. How come I can't? Let me go somewhere else. Just a second. Try Firefox, see if it doesn't. There we go. Father had worked in the... Oh, crap. Do I have to shut stuff down, or what? Oh, there we go. The heartbroken mother said she and her family had been absorbing the shock since Zena 20, her boyfriend Ethan, and the roommate Kaylee Consalves and Madison Mogan, both 21, were found dead on 13 November. It is a possibility that the intervening years the door locks were changed. See, that doesn't mention keypad locks or anything. The heartbroken mother said she and her family have been absorbing the pain. Okay. It has now been 3 weeks since the 4 University of Idaho students were found murdered. Okay, they're just repeating the stuff that I put out in that video that I made earlier. Did somebody say they had a picture of the... If you keep looking at the... No blood on the... Don't do her? Please don't do her? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're even saying, Charisma. Please don't do her? What does that mean? It's just crazy. I'm not sure. I mean, hold on a second. So they'd be right there. Yeah, it's hard to say. Not sure what that even meant though when you said don't do her. Like what? Now, let me get these phone call here. 585. Hello. Yes. Can you hear me? Yep, I can hear you. What's going on?
Hi. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad.
I'm just calling in. I wanted to make it quick because I'm on the break. But
Well,
I want to talk about the car.
yeah, what car? The white one?
Yes, the one that...
Elantra? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the new... What was the old Simpson car that they were driving? It's whatever. But I was going to say that if no one has come forward to say that, yes, this is me, 3 a.m., driving down the street, this is my car. If no one comes forward, what are the chances that this is the killer?
Well, the thing is I think that they think that the white car is a lot more. They're not just wanting to talk to them to ask them questions of what they saw. It's way too big of an ask for that. I think that they might even be that car is what they use, and yeah, I mean, if nobody's coming forward, because if you didn't do it, you would just come forward and say, hey, I was the one driving that car. I had nothing to do with it.
And it's the biggest clue that we have so far that they actually asked the public for help with. So
yeah, what she was saying, you were kind of like your audio. They couldn't hear your audio. What she was saying is that how likely is the car that that they're looking for being involved is the murder, since the person hasn't come forward yet. That's all she said.
Yeah, if time keeps going by, nobody comes forward and claims that car and says I was there at 8 a.m., unless you're so blackout drunk that you just say, I don't remember being there or whatever. But if nobody comes forward, I'm thinking that's the guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, should have come forward. If they're, they seem like they're certain that that's the vehicle and nobody's come forward. But also the way they just keep wanting more information on that, it seems like they think it might be involved.
Definitely, yeah. Like I said, they have been so quiet about everything, and this is the first clue that they give the public, and they said, if you know anything, come forward, and it's been a week, and nobody has come forward. I'm thinking, like, oh my gosh, like...
Uh-huh.
And I wonder how did they find out about this car, because it wasn't from the... Did somebody call in a tip, or...
I don't
Did
know.
they see it on the neighbor's
maybe they didn't see it
camera?
on yeah, maybe it's on the camera. I mean, who knows?
Mm-hmm,
we don't know. We don't
They
know.
said it's not the one in the police footage, the body cam. They said it's not that one. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to bring up the fact that the other caller talked about the locks.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there was locks, like, I mean, what are the chances that they're going to lock themselves in every single night? They feel comfortable. They're around their peers, and...
Yeah. I haven't seen anywhere yet where it says they had keypad locks. I could see that if they had locks to their own room, sure, that makes sense. But keypad, man, that seems really high-tech for such a bumbled-up little home like that.
I literally heard that the first week that this happened, that Xana's dad came the week before and changed the lock on her bedroom, and the mom said as far as she knew, everyone had their locks, but I don't think they were locking themselves. Maybe the couple were, so they have privacy, but Maddie and Kaylee coming home drunk or tipsy, whatever, and they just crash into bed and they start scrolling through their phone, and they're not going to think, like, let me lock myself in. They're comfortable. They're surrounded by houses. Like, if you look at this house, it's like in the middle of a circle of houses. So you would think, they're surrounded by people and house full of roommates, and they feel comfortable. They're not going to, like, let me lock myself in. I don't think they did that, even if they did have locks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a keypad or just like a normal lock.
I'd have to see like a picture of the actual keypad on the door to believe that inside this house with 6 rooms, they're going to have keypad locks like it's some freaking CIA training ground somewhere.
If the owner is renting each room separately,
well, then you would just have a deadbolt lock. I guess it'd be cheaper than having to change out a deadbolt lock, but I don't know. It's kind of weird, a little bit.
Very bizarre. Everything about this case is bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, since the house is so trashy, I mean, I guess it doesn't look that bad inside, like when people make it up, but it's built so shoddily, like a crazy, like 4 different architects worked on it, and they were all stoned at the same time. Pretty crazy. But anyways, all right. Well, thanks for a good idea there.
All right. Yeah, have a good night.
You too. Bye. Oh, man, you guys are going to just let me languish in here. We've had one of those crazy hour slowness on here, and like I said on this channel, every single night we have to raise funds to help support the channel and the charities that I donate over 50% of the net revenue. I'd like to try to get where we were last month, maybe hit the $60,000 mark. I don't know if that's possible, but it is what it is. I mean, when you have 1,500 people watching, it should be easy to make the goals, but for some reason it isn't. It's the freaks that are here regularly that are always helping out. So we're just going to put the show on pause till I get out of here. Great water. Great water. If not, we'll just end it. We're at 2 hours and 54 minutes. Hey, thanks, Lillian. I don't really want to see it again. I didn't get it the first time. I rarely have a chance to look at, I get like 95,000 messages. And Left Undone. And Mary Glaviano. Thank you. Let's see, where do we got? I'll go check. I'll go look at it. But you're always famous at deleting it. If I say I don't want to look at it right now, you just delete it really quick. Let's see. Is it like that? And no, for once you didn't go delete it. AB in the building, team, I don't know, 2009. Each room is... Okay, this one says... Well, that's just a person that made a post. Okay, so they have normal looking little door handles, but they're kind of like a little key thing on the little door thing itself. Thank you, Mary Glaviano. Left Undone, Wendy Johnson, Sandy 30236, Gummo, Fungus Among Us, and welcome. Yeah, it's not really a big deal though, is it, you guys? I mean, all right, let's see. It does support my original theory better though, doesn't it? Although, not maybe Madison's room. See, I just think the doors weren't locked. Or maybe it was somebody that they knew and they knocked on the door. Never thought of that? Yeah, I'm not following all the little tiny little sort of nuancy little bullshit like things. There's so many little tiny little pieces of information that are in this case just red herring sort of stuff that people just go ooh, 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 and they spend all day talking about. It's just, to me, when you think about, like, okay, let's say there's a keypad and lock, and I really took it seriously, like, oh, this is such a big deal, and then you go, oh, well, if it's somebody that they knew, they probably could easily got in there, or they just don't lock their doors every single night, because you got to get up to, maybe from inside you can open it up just by turning the knob, and on the outside people can't get in because it's locked. Don't know. No, it doesn't mean that at all, Zozo. Yeah. No, that doesn't mean that at all, because it was in Maddie's room. That's where they were killed, in Maddie's room, not Kaylee's room. So why would the person know Maddie's lock number? So that's a counter piece of evidence that Kaylee was the target. Well, above you said the exact opposite, Zozo. So you said, you wrote, that means that if Kaylee was the target and the doors were intact, locked, he knew all the codes? I don't know. Why does it mean he knew all the codes? He just maybe just knew Kaylee and Maddie's because they're buddies. Yeah. Or he could have just knocked on the door and say, hey, this is so-and-so. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's sort of interesting, like, so none of them locked their doors. Yeah, right, maybe they all said, hey, let's all make it 8675309, all right? Yeah. You just found what? Or they just left the door wide open. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it is sort of interesting that two doors that have their own keypad both weren't locked. But doesn't it seem sort of like a lot of people living there. I mean, do they automatically lock when you shut the door behind you, though? Let me ask you that. How do they lock themselves? So once you type in the keypad and you go inside, does it automatically lock behind you when you shut the door? Because that would mean something to me. Are you sure about that? So you type in the code, you open the door, you go in and you shut the door behind you, it automatically locks. That's pretty weird, because that means they would have had the doors open for somebody to get in there. If the other roommate specified they lock, huh? Yeah, like, okay, yeah, right. So how do you lock your door, though? Right? That's what Dan just said. How did the other roommate said they locked their doors. So how did they do that, then? They must have a button you press or something. Yeah, we know that part, Zozo. That's not the part we were wondering about. When you unlock the door and you go in and you shut it behind you, does it just lock by itself? Ah, forget it. God, I don't need a bunch of emails. I swear to God. 626. 626. I don't know what this is.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's this?
Hey, my name's Rob. I'm actually calling from Canada.
Yeah, what's going on?
Okay, first of all, I actually have a keypad lock on my apartment door.
Yeah.
You have to open it from the inside. It's just you have to manually lock it. And when you leave, like when you go to leave your house, you have to enter the code to lock it.
Oh, I see. So some people, if you live in a house like that, you can probably get lazy. But if you go inside, you have to. From the inside, you can just turn something, and it locks it. But if
you can just, you just turn the deadbolt lock.
I see. And then, but when you leave the house, you have to type in the code. It locks it. Then you come back. You have to type in the code to get in. And then when you're in there, you have to turn a deadbolt type thing to reactivate the lock. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so
okay, I just wanted to run a theory by you and see what your thoughts are. So, Katie and Jack were broken up. Mom and Dad, sister, everybody thinks they're getting back together. They're going to get married, have kids, yada yada yada. What if, like, there's a reason Kaylee didn't contact Jack when she went back to the university? What if her and Madison were, let's say, college experimenting? Jack found out, and that's what triggered him on a potential rampage. Like, to be honest, that's kind of...
I don't know. I mean, I made a whole video on, possibility of Kaylee's boyfriend, Jack. I made a whole video on that, but it wasn't like because Madison and Kaylee were together somehow, And I don't think that would set him off. He probably would have been like, "Hey, you guys interested in,
Not if she left.
I mean,
not
I don't
if
know.
she chose to be with her over him, though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that though, because Madison had a boyfriend. I just think you know how girls are, in college they're always hugging and they sleep. Sometimes they sleep right next to each other, and that's just the way it is. It's not,
But I also think there was two people involved.
Okay.
Because in both cases, each individual had different wounds. Okay, let's put it that way. Where with one person,
sound like three people had
more
similar
significant.
wounds and one person had significant ones. Like three were
My
similar.
understanding was that both Ethan and his girlfriend, both sets of wounds were different, and then Kaylee and Maddie, both their wounds were different. So
I don't know. I just heard that one was different than the rest of them.
yeah, they definitely focused on mentioning that Kaylee's were different. But then I heard somewhere that between Ethan and his girlfriend, those sets of wounds were different.
I got like 9 emails on keypad locks right just now. It's I know. We know now. Okay, they really were keypad locks. But I was really more wondering how they work. So in reality, they work sort of how I was thinking, in not a way that it doesn't seem as nefarious, I guess, because if you just lock it, shut the door behind you, it doesn't automatically lock. And a lot of people probably just would just shut it, and they didn't think of locking the door. You know, that probably happens, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like with mine, like I actually have a lock button on the top of my keypad where I just push that and my door locks. So I don't even have to worry about the passcode. But to get and re-enter, I have to enter the physical code. So that's how the keypad locks work. And as somebody else mentioned, they're a lot more cost efficient if you're renting out rooms to college students. Just because all you have to do is worry about changing the code.
You just type in
changing locks every time.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying a few minutes ago. I was just thinking, probably a lot cheaper than taking out and getting a locksmith to put a new key in there, and all you have to do is just probably have a code, and then you change the code, and then it's reset. Like you set it something, and you allow the occupant to change it, and now it's their code, right?
Yeah. I reset mine every 6 months, and it takes about 30 seconds. So
yeah, it's
a pretty easy thing to do.
Yeah. Well, good. Well, thanks. That sounds like about what's going on here. But I only heard that only one of them had more severe wounds than the others. Kaylee.
Yeah. I actually heard about the other one on another channel.
Okay. Did you hear it on the news?
Was it Newsmax?
Okay, if it's not on the news, and you're saying another YouTube channel, then forget it. What's that?
Yeah, I might have just misinterpreted what they were saying, though.
Okay.
But that's the way it came across to me, is that in both cases, one person had more significant wounds than the other. And that could be anything from the depth of the stabs to just, one person having maybe 5 or 6 wounds, the other person having like 30. So we don't really know either way, right? So,
yeah.
But I still think there was 2 people involved, though.
Well, there could be. You never know.
Well, I guess time will tell. So.
All right.
But anyways, I just wanted to run that by you and see what your thoughts were, and yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in. It helped out a lot. Thank you.
All right. No worries.
All right. Bye. Your sets locks after 5 minutes. Okay. So I know a lot of people sent me emails here with yeah, that's the same one that Zozo sent there. Same story. I don't know. I mean, what are people freaking out about this lock thing? I mean, it seems like once you explained how they work, it's not really, it's no different than having an actual lock. It's you have to be inside and turn it, and it locks it. Then, of course, I guess that would, but somebody with the keypad wouldn't have to pick, with the combination wouldn't have to pick it to get in. So you have 2 different rooms that are locked, or maybe weren't locked, because if they were locked, somebody to get in without being let in, because they said there was no forced entry anywhere. So that's why it makes it seem like this is somebody that knew them, but it does sort of add to their doors were unlocked and the 2 downstairs weren't. Maybe that's why they're still alive, that their doors were locked. Yeah. Oh man, this is gonna go on and on. Hello, 720.
Hello, Gray.
Hello. Yeah, you're on the show.
I was just gonna ask you something. The whole deal, how can a man stab 4 people without it being hurt?
How can you stab 4 people without being hurt? Well, it just might have been a lot of times there was a lot of blood. Your hand slips on the nut.
Something, right?
Oh, you said heard. You said heard. I thought you said hurt. Heard, right?
Yeah, no, heard.
Yeah.
If you think about it, somebody's going to hear something, right?
Well, it's kind of
what's up with the other 2 people that
Well, I think they did hear something. There's one girl's right below Zaina's room. They did hear something. That's why they said they locked their doors. I guarantee it. They heard a hell of a lot more, and they were kind of scared to come out, but they just kind of thought, well, they thought the best scenario, like,
if you hear your friend getting murdered, like if you hear your friend maybe.
All right. So, anyways, So what are you trying? Where are you heading with this conversation? Then, are you going to try to think that the roommates had something to do with it? That's where you're leading.
I'm
right?
just thinking that if it was me,
okay,
I don't know, maybe step out of the door.
Okay, but it doesn't really matter what you would have done or what people should have done. It is what happened. Okay, so if you're saying that they heard the screaming and yelling and stuff like that, what should they? What are you implying? Because they didn't do that.
Basically, like call the police right off the bat.
Okay, but what are you implying though of them? Because how does it help now though? You know, like, are you trying to? Because it sounds like you're trying to implicate that the roommates have something to do with it by what your questions that you're asking.
I just don't understand how, like I said, if it was me, then you call the police or something. Like if you hear something going on, something crazy.
They didn't do that,
and it was.
Well, yeah, but they didn't do that, and they were there, and they're not part of the murders. So I guess that just didn't work out the way you think it would have been, right?
I really appreciate what you're doing, as far as the whole digital the layout of the entire scene, doing a damn good job for sure.
Well, thank you. All right, well, appreciate it. Have a good one. I don't know what I was like on the troll button, ready to go 100 times. I don't know what that was. That was a weird one. All right. See, that's the thing. When people ask questions about that and things around that, that means that they're implying that the roommates are involved. Okay? That's the reality of it. You know? So that's the weird part of it. Like when Zozo's always asking about it, you know, and all these little questions, that means you're thinking that the roommates are involved somehow, right? Because why would you even care at that point? All right, I think that, so there wouldn't be any, why wouldn't they do something? Why wouldn't they say it? Why wouldn't they go in there? Why wouldn't they, it's, the reason you're asking that is because you think there's something suspicious about the roommates. Okay? But there's so much more plausible explanations for everything. Yes, they did hear stuff. They heard a whole bunch of shit going on. That's why they locked their doors. Okay? The police only put out, they got home at 1, they woke up late in the morning. There's a hell of a lot more to it than that. Okay? 925, you're on.
Hello?
Hello? No,
Hi, Greg.
and by the way, no, it doesn't mean that at all, Zozo. You've said it 55 times now. It doesn't mean...
Can you hear me, Greg?
Yeah, I can hear you. It doesn't mean that he didn't leave a blood trail, okay? It's ridiculous. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Greg. This is Christy Kazi. How are you?
Hey, not too bad. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Finally made it through.
All right.
After my storm the other night and my cell had died, but anyway.
That's right, that time, yeah.
So I just wanted to first thank you for what you do. I really like your fact-based approach.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think that what a lot of these people don't get when they go off on these wild tangents is this is not like a game or fake. People died. These are real people. And there's speculation in these weird areas or spirit boxes or whatever. It's ridiculous. These are people's children that died, They should have some respect, I think.
Yeah.
So,
that's
weird. I just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just really weird stuff that people comment in there. I mean...
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
You go ahead. I'm just in that late night frustration mode again.
Yeah, no, of course, right? And then, like, the last caller, I mean, I don't understand that because, you know, I was in college a long time ago now, but, you know, when I lived, and even as a resident advisor, where it was my job to make sure people were safe, you know, I heard a lot of noises, a lot of drunk fighting, a lot of, you know, things, but I didn't go poking my nose into it if I didn't think somebody was in imminent danger. And I feel like even if the roommates heard tumbling around or loud voices that they couldn't make out what was going on, they probably just rolled their eyes, locked their door, went to sleep. They stayed out of it. They're not guilty of anything.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
It's just like people don't, you know, oh, I would have done this, or I did. It was my job to, like, make sure other residents were safe. And unless I had a reason to butt my nose in, I didn't. So I think all of that game blame and, oh, how come they didn't hear, or that's just chasing another rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think
so
it's, I think it's, see, like, when people say, oh, there's got to be this big blood trail. Okay, so if you go upstairs and you kill them and they're on their beds, he probably could have had minimal blood on him, the killer, right? Like, and maybe none on his feet. And then he goes downstairs. Maybe there's a drop here and a drop there, and they can track it back because there's little drops here and there. But the roommate isn't going to see this big smearing of blood all over it because there was no attack in the hallway there. So all these, it's just it's like fantasy world stuff that goes on over here. Okay, I think it's more. I think it's more likely that she probably went up the stairs to kind of look and saw somebody lying on the ground and went, oh my god, and then texted her friends because once you start calling the police, it gets real serious. And wasn't really sure, and then people came over, and then, like, again, a crying shame in the chat here is like, hey, do you think maybe the one of the friends passed out? Because that's one of the stories, like one of the roommates passed out, and that's who passed out. But I just read you, the law enforcement earlier said that the callers said that somebody on the second floor, one of the roommates that ended up being dead, appeared to be passed out. Okay, so isn't that the answer, or do we have to?
I think so.
I don't know. It's weird.
Can we, like, let's just take that theory, right? And this is what I was thinking. You know, in my version, in my head, whatever, I think that Xana and Ethan were killed because one of them woke up and likely, you know, just went to the door, opened the door, whatever, and maybe obstructed the killers leaving. And that's the reason, well, now I'm caught. I can't let them live. So maybe, what if Ethan, let's just say it's Ethan, what if he got stabbed and he falls face first into the room? So, you know, where the bedroom is, maybe the roommate just saw his feet on the floor, panicked, didn't go in and investigate, but they ran out, like you said, like, and they don't know he's dead. They go, oh, maybe he's drunk. We don't want to get him in trouble. He doesn't live here, because their lease might not allow people to stay over. There's a lot of reasons to not call the police first, right? Not to jump to the worst conclusion, like, oh, this guy's dead here, right? Maybe call their friends, see if they can come and help him first before they call police.
Yeah. God, I'm just...
I don't know. We're just speculating again. However, I just think to blame two girls that are probably every day like, oh my God, it could have been me. I think it's too far to do that to them. There's no proof that they did anything wrong.
Well, police has already said that they don't believe at this time that any of those people, they went out of their way to say that the two roommates or any of the people that were there making the 911 calls have anything to do with the murders.
Exactly. So then the other thing I just wanted to ask you about with the entrance, even though the dad has said that the police think that he went through the side window. And I mean, I don't know, the police could be 100% right, or they could also be postulating based on evidence. But my only thing about the side window, as opposed to there's a window in the back that goes to the empty bedroom on the second floor, is that there's like it looks like a cement block or something, and there's no screen on the window. So if that window was unlocked, the killer could have gotten in there easier and not been seen, whereas the sliding door has a huge string of lights on it, and you know, he could have been seen. But I don't know what state of mind a guy that kills 4 people is in. So it just, I think he could have gone in that bedroom window.
Yeah, but the dad said that police think he went through the sliding glass door.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe that's what happened. But I just think that they did target the girls. That your one theory where they go up the bedroom first, kill them, and then I don't know if they ran into the dog or he made too much noise, but the 2 downstairs were killed because, the killer thought he was seen, or, he heard noise coming from their room, and, unfortunately, that's it. It's sometimes the simplest things are just the truth,
Yeah, but
and then
why?
I
It
just
doesn't
wanted
make
to say,
sense, man. It doesn't make sense. It's just...
Does a killer make sense? I mean, why are people struggling?
No, things make sense. The thing is everyone thinks it doesn't make sense if they want to look at it from a weird angle. But when you actually just go, oh yeah, I could see it working like this, things make sense. You don't always have to look at how something, like earlier the person about the cell phone and how did the dad get how did they get the numbers and the phone calls, the time?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, they're parents. They might be able to do it,
Absolutely. I mean, I have 2 sons, and I know everybody they call. If I want to, I have it on my monthly breakdown of every number. I pay for it. So that's how the parents know. That's simple, It's just simple.
Yeah. Okay.
So the last thing I wanted to say before I go is, last night there was some lady talking about PCR, and I know you guys were talking about, the police should have like this side bureau that they analyze, and I completely agreed with your thoughts, but I just want to be clear because, I'm a chemist. I did study biology also, but professionally I'm a chemist, and I actually do PCR because I work with antibodies and things, not for a crime scene, but, it's not so easy. Because, first of all, there's a lot of contamination. If there's not contamination, there could be a mix of people. And in a place where so many people have been known to be, you have to be able to root out what's important from what's not important. And then once you've gotten that, you have to have it double checked because, you can't go half-cocked. The test itself takes a couple of days. And then to review and analyze the data can take like a week or 2. That's why, even at its fastest, it takes several weeks. And I think people think it's like some magic, like you just push a button and it's done. But it's not. It's really difficult.
Well, why does it take so long? You're talking about getting like the DNA?
Yeah, so what would you do
they have really
first,
quick tests nowadays, though. They can get it. Like right
well,
away.
you can run the test quickly. It's interpreting the data. That's what I'm trying to say, is the instrument will run the test very rapidly. However, then you have to get the results, and the results need interpretation. And that's the part that takes longer. And then they have to be quality reviewed to make sure you don't put something out there that's not true.
Seems like
I work for a lab that it's international, and so that's our process. And so with crime, I'm assuming that it's just as stringent because there's a lot of guidelines internationally.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I just wanted to put that out there. I think if these labs were up and running and their only focus was on that, maybe the lead time wouldn't be so long.
I think you can get a DNA sequence right away, though. Like, you don't have to wait 2 weeks to get a sequence.
No. Yeah, no, you can get the sequence. Like, if I ran it in the afternoon, I could have it by the next morning.
Right. That's all. And then you can upload it to GEDmatch and be working on forensic genetic genealogy within 2 days, I think.
No, correct. It's just the scientists to interpret it, to interpret the data besides the sequence. It's mostly a problem when you have a mix of either impurities or when you have, say, if there's a blood pool with like multiple contributors, and then you have to sort out who has contributed what.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm talking about.
You have to have you have to have one has to be a major contributor. It's pretty hard to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate talking to you.
Well, you too. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Yeah. So there's just all these crazy comments being made up in the chat here, especially about the idiot that probably. Let me see who's this person up here. Hold on a second. Yeah, Yoba. I mean, who the hell is this person? Let me see. Let's see. And created. Yeah. Kind of a new account, so probably fake. Yeah, what I'm saying is that at the other girls are home at 1 in the morning, and that's just they're just saying they got home around 1. Do you think they went right to bed? They walked in the home and just dove into the bed and went to sleep? No. So they were probably still kind of awake even when Zaina and Ethan came home. And then, who knows? They probably all went to sleep because they think the murders happened between 3 and 4. So there wouldn't have been any loud noises or anything like that until between 3 and 4. You wouldn't think, right? Unless maybe the killer was in Zane and Ethan's room from earlier in the evening and stayed there and then came out later to do something. Who knows, right? But they would have heard a noise and then maybe locked their doors because they didn't really know what it was about. We don't know what time they locked their doors, Zozo. My God, what in the hell's going on here? I feel like just bashing my head into the table. It's like, it's unreal. I'm sure a lot of you would like it, you know. Just start going. God, unbelievable. Yeah, maybe you're asleep and you're like, oh shit, people are partying, and you get up at 3 and 4 and you lock your door. Yeah, there you go. 314, you're on.
Hi, Gray. I just have a theory I
what's that?
would like to say. If you don't mind, I hope it doesn't make you too more uptight than you already are. But this doesn't seem to me like a jaded lover thing. There's power in numbers, knowing that there's 6 people that live in the house, even if I'm really mad at my ex-girlfriend and she's moving on with her life, and I've never killed anybody before. I'm not going to take her on when she's in the house with 5 other people to possibly be witnesses and all of that. I think this was a plotted killer who was able to take out 4 people without them even, sometimes your adrenaline, if Ethan did hear something, because there was rumors that he's in the hallway possibly found dead, you have like this adrenaline boost that you could at least get to a phone and call 911, get out the door and yell something, and none of them were able to do anything. They all were killed successfully in the dark with a knife. I think it's a killer. I think it's somebody who is thought about it a lot and had planned it and knew what they were doing.
Why do you think why do you think one of them was more focused on than the rest of them?
Well, I mean, I guess like one of them could be the target, but I don't know. I almost feel like the house is the target. I feel like it was a perfect setup for somebody that was looking to commit a big crime.
So like the house, it means
notoriety.
Like they were just going to kill the people in the house, not.
Yeah, there was a lot of opportunity to get away with a multi-mass murder. If I wanted to stab a bunch of people, I can't think of a house that's better spread out to get that done.
Yeah. God, I hope you don't sit around thinking about that.
No,
I'm
I don't.
kidding.
But can I offer you a little advice? My parents own their own business. They were in retail for 25 years. And so I can understand how you get frustrated.
I don't want any advice on my channel. I'm just going to
do.
I'm just going to do it the way I want to do
mad.
it. I'm just going to be the way I am, and if people don't like it, they don't need to. They don't need to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's just you knock people that call in, and it's.
Well, people call in, but when they call in, and it's just like a lot of times it's just. I can see where they're implying something. Like when the last 2 callers ago, the person calling in about the like, why didn't the girls act this way? Why didn't they do that? Means they're implying they're involved in the murders, right? So I'm not going to sit there and just be like,
but
what a great thought,
I thought was a
everybody.
good point.
Yeah.
I thought what I was saying was a good point and a good point of view, but you started saying that now I'm plotting to kill people.
No, see, that's just your. Well, you know what's funny? You know what's weird is that's just your paranoia, because I literally just said that as a. No, I said it as a joke because you said.
Oh.
You said I do.
I guess I didn't hear you laugh.
Well, it's dry humor, right? Because you said, you know what you said right before that?
Mm-hmm.
You said, if I was a killer like this, that's a perfect house I would do. And I go, wow, so I hope you aren't really sitting around thinking about that. And then you took it personally.
No,
so
I
that's
am,
your
but I have
issue.
been thinking about the murder.
That's your issue, not mine. That was absolute obvious to everybody else.
And I just hope the police aren't pressured by these media outlets that they've got to find a killer real quick and do something lackadaisy like blame it on the ex-boyfriend because he's easy and he'll fall for police tactics while being interrogated if he's stupid enough not to have a lawyer.
Okay. All right. Have a good night. All right. Just not interested. Let's see. What do we got here? 574. What do you got?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Lisa.
What's going on?
I don't know if this is official information, but I know I read that there's a lot of speculation about the roommates who discovered what happened, and I read that, and I don't remember where I read it because it was several days ago, but I hearing a lot of speculation. The girls woke up, they found one of the bodies, they ran outside screaming, and outside of the house, one of the girls fainted.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's the rumor story going around out there, and everybody's acting like it's an absolute fact. I don't know what the source is.
I didn't know if it was or not.
Yeah, but that's what everybody's treating it as, an absolute fact that one of the girls fainted and she ran outside, and the 911 call was for the fainted roommate, and then when they got there, they discover all these bodies. But law enforcement said, and there's no reason that they would need to hide that aspect of it, but law enforcement said that they said that there was a passed out individual on the second floor, and it turns out that was one of the victims. So which one is the truth?
Right. Okay. I see. Okay. Well, I was just calling in with that info, and
well, I mean, what's the source of it, though? I've heard that story so many times. Who's telling it in the background?
I feel like I read it that it was just friends of the guys in the frat house. But it was several days ago, and I thought, well, maybe this is common knowledge. Maybe that is what happened. And then I'm watching your live podcast, and just wasn't sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure either, but I'm just reading what law enforcement said, and those seem to be completely contradictory statements. Right? I mean, that law enforcement said that they were called because there was a passed out person on the second floor, and it was one of the murdered roommates. So why would that be so different? Maybe they'll do an update and it'll change over to the other story. But I don't know. I mean, I'm going to go with what law enforcement's saying on that, because it seems like they're going to be asking questions to people, and that's what the answer they got.
I agree.
It makes sense, though, that story. I mean, it actually does make a little bit of sense, the other story that's out there, right? That she passed out, and then after texting people... I mean, when did she pass out? Like, after she texted people to come there?
I guess she may have passed out when she was calling 911. And then that's why someone else picked up her phone and was like, I don't know, she's passed out. She just...
So right when she started calling 911, she passed out.
Yes, and that was why...
But she was able to text all the friends. But here's the thing. She texted all these friends and all these other people. Then she passed out right when they were going to make the important call. I don't know about that. That sounds kind of sort of made up to me. Because she's sitting there texting and got all these other people to show up. And then right when you're going to call 911, you pass out. And then somebody else has to do it. And waited. So she texted all these friends, and they get there 10, 15 minutes later. Then, like, well, you need to call 911, and then, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Right,
Something just doesn't sound right about that, but it could be true. We don't know.
That is true. I appreciate what you do. Love watching your podcast. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I wasn't that mean, though, right?
No.
See, there's the thing. The way it works on here is people know, if they know how I am, I'm just kind of dry humor type person. I mean, that last caller was just so sensitive. It was unbelievable. I mean, literally, she said right before that, if I was to do a killing like this is how I would do it. I would get a house just like this. And I go, man, I hope you don't think about this all the time, do you? And you're accusing me, Gray. Let me give you some advice. I've been in retail for 25 years. And you know what? You're probably right, man. If I was always a absolute gem and the nicest person in the world every 5 minutes, it probably would benefit me, but I would probably feel horrible because I know I was tricking people. Okay? I'm just who I am. So there you go. What do you like?
Oh, I wanted one more comment. Can I make a comment about the Libby and Abby?
Yep. Go ahead.
I live very close to Delphi, very close. So a lot of us are really obsessed with that murder. Richard Allen made the comment to a conservation officer, and then it got lost.
Mm-hmm.
Could the person, a possible second person, be involved? How could someone take that statement and then just forget they took that statement?
So you're going to say that the conservation officer is the other person.
Well,
part of the
or
network. But why would he call the conservation officer? Let me ask you something. If that person was involved, think about the logic of this. Why would he want to take... Why would he even do that whole thing? Like, why would... why would he meet Alan at the store to take this down and then hide it somewhere? Why not just never create it?
That's true. This also seems like after about 2 years, that conservation officer would be like, what about this guy who said he was there at the bridge? It just seems
I know,
weird
that's what's weird. Yeah, it's weird. That's what we say. Is like, why
didn't
you say
a very crucial statement to get lost. And maybe it was just misplaced because that was someone he knew. That was, I don't know. Very, very interesting. Can't wait to hear it. Hopefully we'll get to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just trying to... I was just picturing something. Let's see, what was I thinking? Yeah, well, one thing that bugs me, this is what I was going to say, was how come they never checked again? Like, okay, all these are the people that have lived in Delphi. And here are the notes on this person, this person, this person, this person. You know what? We're missing one on these two people. Let's go talk to them again. Because they wouldn't have had Richard Allen's anywhere listed because they had to dig through some old file to find it. Didn't they have something sort of more rudimentary where it was just right there, where it's just like, oh, these are the 2,000 men that live in the town here, and here is a checkbox next to their name where this is what they said in another column. I mean, instead, it just seems like it would have been something you could have found somehow by looking at a database. Hey, there's this guy, these are all the people that have lived here since this time. We don't have any information on this Richard Allen guy. Why not? Let's go talk to him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or look it up. But maybe it's weird to me.
Or what would it get filed under? I don't
know how that works.
Have to rethink their filing system.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'm glad you don't mind the channel.
Yes, that's how I discover you with the Libby and Abby murders. And
I have good days and bad days too. Like there's some call-in nights where everything's good and smooth. Then there's another call-in night where it's not good and smooth. And tonight was one of the ones sort of a little bit in the middle where there was some good calls and then there was some like just strangeness, like a couple trolls even. So.
Oh, I get a kick out of it when you tell them straight up.
Well, I know some people like that, but it makes me so mean, right? Yeah. All right. Anyways, thanks for calling.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah. And there's some things that I've explained and talked about 100 times, and then I get asked the same question in the chat, and it's like, did you not watch the show where we kind of went over that? What 10 people were that day? Should have been constant question. What 10 people were there that day? Yeah, or yeah, exactly. Like, who do we know for sure was there that day? But they might not have known about this person for some reason. Now that's the problem. I guarantee it that. Who would they have asked that to? You would have had to get all the staff in there all the time, like bring every single person that worked on the case and say, now, who do we know who was out there that day? And then people start listing them off. And then maybe the conservation officer would have said, you know what? I know somebody that was there that you guys aren't talking about. It was Richard Allen. So you'd have to have a meeting with 500 people, the 300 investigators every so often and ask that question. Because for some reason, nobody else knew that he was there that day except for that conservation officer, which is, that alone is the startling piece of information. All right, 865. Hello.
Hey, sorry, Greg. Hey, this is David. Greetings from East Tennessee.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm getting the echoes up because my TV's on. Sorry about that. Hey, I wanted to talk about, and I don't know how much you've talked on this before, but just how this guy got out of there. That's what my mind keeps coming back to. Have you kind of done a breakdown at some point on what your thoughts are on that?
On which part? Like,
how they got out of there.
Oh, how we got out of there.
And yeah, my point is, I figured within 48 hours of this happening, law enforcement knew where any camera was on what would it be a exit route to get out of there by car.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem to have helped him any.
I think he went out probably the sliding glass door up through the woods. And then what's interesting about that, though, is there isn't really... He might have parked out on this road over here. Maybe. There's a road behind it called Walenta Drive. Because he would have been... Came through the sliding glass door and would have wanted to get immediately out of the way of being sighted by any... this kind of a populated area down there with a lot of college kids. And a lot of them would still be awake. Yeah. Some people would be anyways. It's between 3 and 4. And so maybe he came up and then he would have had to walk by this property. I don't know. God, it's bizarre because there's a house with a camera down here. Maybe that house has the car, that type of vehicle driving by between 3 and 4 a.m. There's a camera that's right down the house, but then he would have had to park out front. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or he wouldn't have had to. He could have still parked. He could have still parked on that back road with that white car, committed the murders, then got in the car and then just drove down the road and then went by that house. But he hid up there and he waited because from that house you can see when the lights turn. From that car, you'd be able to see when the lights turned off and everything. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally hear everything you're saying, and that my mind goes to if this person obviously put a lot of thought into this before they committed the act, that they probably thought about this in advance of the possibility they'd be seen on a camera somewhere driving out.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe they stayed in the car till close to daylight when more cars were out to give them cover, or that kind of thing. I can't get my head around, even after all this time, just how you could have blood all over you walking out of a house and go wherever you went and make it out of there. Just that after all the work people are doing.
I mean, the thing is you wear all. Let's say you were wearing all dark, and you could actually do the murder where there isn't blood all over you. That would happen if you hit an artery and you happen to be in the way of it. But if the person knew what they were doing, there's probably ways that, like, let's say they're face down on their bed, the blood mainly goes on the bed there, maybe a little bit on your hand from the knife or something, and there isn't going to be any on your feet. So, I mean, it's hard to say really how much blood the person would have had all over them People say that
Yeah.
a lot, but yeah. I mean, in the Delphi case, apparently Richard Allen, when he left, was bloody and muddy. So maybe in his case, he didn't do it quite the right way or whatever. I mean, I don't know. You can, if you just visualize it, you can sort of tell. There's ways, like if you're on a bed, the blood would get onto the bed itself, not all over the floor where you're going to be walking right away. Like you kill them, then the blood starts dripping down onto the floor and everything like that. But you're already out of that room. See? And it sounds kind of a gross conversation. But.
No, I get where you're going. In my mind, the guy had to have had blood on him after 4 of them. But you could be right.
No. I think he did have blood. It's just not. It doesn't have to be a massive amount like he's covered.
That's just what we're thinking. Also, from what I've seen, it's super dark outside there, right? Like I think maybe there was one light that's out there, but it didn't work as far as an actual outdoor light.
Yeah.
So it was just pitch black when you walked out of that house.
Well, they had like a little bit of looked like they had a string of kind of Christmas
string light by
lights.
the back, by the back door. Yeah. And let me ask you one more thing before I go, if I could. All these people that are out there, people have speculated about the guy at the food truck, etc. Do you see anything worth even thinking about those people, or do you just feel like it's stuff people are reaching for, and there's really not much?
Well, I think what happened is when Kaylee's dad said, I think they ruled people out too soon. No law enforcement said that they did. And when they said that, people took that as meaning that, they're, wow. And then they really started looking into the guy at the food truck, and it came up with all these things. I mean, I guess that guy should never have gone hunting in his life, because, man,
there's stuff about him driving 4 or 5 hours out of town that night, going out of the country. There's no evidence of any of that, right? It's all just speculation.
I haven't seen any evidence of it. You just see people type stuff like that on Reddit.
He hadn't made any statement or an attorney on his behalf or anything, right? He's just totally silent, right?
Yeah, and it's probably the way you should be, because it's like anytime anybody like that says a word, they get just crucified. Every word that they say, people turn it into something else. He could say, hey, everybody, I went to McDonald's. I love it. Oh, why would he say he loved McDonald's after a brutal murder like that, man? Exactly. That's so tone deaf, man. The guy must have killed him because he said he liked McDonald's.
He got extra ketchup on his hamburger. That means he likes blood.
Oh, yes. There you go, man. Did you guys see that? He made he squirted a whole bunch of ketchup in the corner there. Most people wouldn't do that after a murder like this.
Exactly. Yeah, and one more, and I'll let somebody else hop on here. The white car, the Hyundai.
Yeah.
Are they saying where they think it was parked, or does anybody know where they?
Hey,
saw
listen.
it?
I just want to correct. I've been corrected 100 times. It's just Hyundai, even though it looks crazy with the HY and the U and the N and the D and the A.
I'm in East Tennessee. I'm trying to make it sound proper. I don't know how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, well, I would have said it was called Hyundai, right? Because that's how it's freaking. I mean, who would know that Honda is spelled Hyundai wouldn't be Honday? Instead, it's Hyundai. Man, that is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
What's the correct pronunciation then?
It's Hyundai instead of Honda.
Honda. Okay, whatever.
No, just
Hyundai.
no Hyundai, like
Hyundai. Okay.
All right. Anyways, go ahead on that part.
I can't remember what I was talking about. I'll let you get off here and move on to somebody else, but I appreciate it.
Well, you were saying something about the white car. You were saying something about the white.
Oh yeah, is it known at all where they think it was parked, or where they saw it, or how they located this car?
They haven't said anything on where they saw it. But I was wondering earlier in the show if all they said was they were looking for that model of a car that was around in the area on the day of and early morning hours of the day they were murdered, like the 12th and 13th. But I was wondering earlier if when the person who drove Kaylee and Madison home, did they see that car parked somewhere around at 156, and just sort of like, hey, I saw that car parked there. But I mean, most people wouldn't remember what model it was or anything. And they're really specific about it, meaning it looks like they've seen it on a camera and been able to identify it in that range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll log one more for you. How about the 10 phone calls made up to 252 or whatever it was? What's your feeling on that now? Coincidence or related?
Well, I mean, I did
all-
think that they were kind of related before, but they seem to have cleared that individual. So, you know, it's still something that's a little strange to me that you've got somebody
Yeah.
calling 6 times. Kaylee called from 226 to 244 6 times. And then at 244, after Kaylee went, well, he's probably screening my calls. Why don't you call Madison? And then Madison calls from 244 to 252 3 times. And then at 252, Kaylee calls one more time, and that was it. But they're still awake at 252, which is crazy
Yeah.
because then they're killed within an hour of that time.
Unbelievable coincidence, but it could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Gray, I appreciate your time, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. All right.
Okay, bye.
All right, well, that's going to do it for me, you guys. Thanks for all the happy, joyful conversations and and all the advice. He was pinging himself for an alibi. Oh, wait, hold on. I got it. I thought it was a pretty decent show anyways, but, you know. I mean, does anybody really mind, like when you call in, even when I'm sort of like, oh, I don't know, does it really go, I'm not calling again? I mean, do you really need me to be somebody that's just a yes person? Like, that's the greatest idea I've ever heard in my life. I don't think I would like that. If I called somebody in and I said, do you think Twinkies might be involved? I was thinking that when the guy bought it, yes, that's a fantastic idea. I heard ho-hos and ding-dongs are also sold at a store near there. And if that wrapper, you know, I mean, really? Is that what you want? Now, the keypad thing became it was interesting at first, and it's still sort of interesting because you'd have to have a scenario where both Zaina and Ethan and Kaylee and Madison both didn't lock their doors on the same night, or the person has the keypad numbers to get in, and then Zozo had the idea that maybe they all have the same keypad, just make it easier for all their friends to get in, like, hey, let's all set it to 2397. Yeah. I don't even know who Fred was, man. What's getting boring? I don't get what that means. The case? Yeah. Well, why don't you start a channel and start covering something else? I'm just covering this. Oh, the guy above. Man, you gotta. I don't know who that is. You gotta do the @ symbol, Zozo. God, you guys are crazy. When you're tagging somebody, you gotta type their name in. Is that the person that's doing the poop thing? No, not the poop, the plunger. Yeah, I thought you were talking to me because you didn't say give him an @ symbol. Melanie, it is what it is, okay? You don't need to do commentary on how I'm talking. Let's see. It's so cathartic. Yeah, you didn't. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounded. It read exactly how it looked. I was like, who the hell are you talking to? You didn't miss anything, Jennifer. You didn't miss anything. It was me misreading something. Well, I didn't misread it, actually. There wasn't a tag of the person. But anytime you see the plunger people, just delete them immediately. Isn't it weird, these people that create all these fake accounts just to type something in and then have to make all these other fake accounts? See, I just noticed there was a minute ago I had 95,100 and like 10, and it went right up to 8. So I think those are all fake accounts that quickly subscribed, and then they'll get removed at some point. Well, you didn't type in an address, Mark, so no, I can't check it out. And you'd have to tell me what for and everything, you know. Plunger people. Well, you've seen those, Tosh, haven't you? The people coming in there with every 5 comments is about like a plunger or something, right? Yes, but before you leave, hit that subscribe button so you can miss all of the crazy shows that Gray does, you know? He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, when that one lady said correct, not one of you typed it in. And I was trying to, but I couldn't find... Oh, there it is. I was trying to get this one in. All right, so earlier today there was Tosh and Kubi on the live, well, the premiere video, and then Cheryl Bullock on this show. Cheryl Bullock, Ozzy Helen, thanks for all you do. Cheryl Bullock said thanks. Annie T, thank you very much. Lisa Murphy, why can't I make it 5 even? Oh yeah, to make $4.99 5. I don't know. Jessica Schubach, alert to future trolls. All comments will be diverted by donations made by the Freak family. Eugenie, well, tonight I would have retired off of that if that was true. Eugenie, Kathy Friedenmaker, Marisol, SSP 134 Georgia, Tosh, for never saying unalived. Thank you. Holly Reagan, Vassarini, Debbie L, SV Kathy, Cindy Leon, AF, Greg G, Simple Life Days, Kit Kat, Simple Life Days, Tosh, just think about it, Gray. Trish Atwell, Kit Kat, Tosh again. If they said it on Reddit, hey, if they said it on Reddit, don't forget it, man. Oh, look at it. She said, if they said it on Reddit, I don't know that you can give it much credit. Is that the rhyme there? Don't give it much credit if it was said it on Reddit. Boom! Don't give it much credit if they said it on Reddit. I like that one. Don't give it much credit if they said it on Reddit. There you go. Shanna 360, Alley Cake, Jessica Schubach, Troll Fund, Billy Juliana, No Bail, Moi, she said. Patty G007, Towards Bail, K-Dog, Grant Hughes, AF. There are some real Sasquatches of men in Idaho. They've got Sasquatches the size of King Kong in them there woods. Apocalypse Fra, Troll Fun, WNC Granny, Snack Money, Melanie, Troll Fun, Tracy, Bail Money, Gummo, a couple Lucy Smokes from the yard, Rhea Mazarone, Anti-Troll Spray, Ray, SV Kathy, Bail Out from Mr. and Mrs. SV Kathy, Francine, it's Mary Lou around. Is Mary Lou around? It's my birthday. Oh. Well, there you go. We're going to have to do... I didn't even see that earlier, you guys. You didn't... Are you still there, Francine? We're going to get Mary Lou out there. Fortunately, I couldn't read all those when they were coming by. Where is that? Where the hell is Mary Lou? I don't know if Francine's still here, but Mary Lou sure as hell is. Mary Lou?
What? I was sleeping, Gray.
Well, would you sing happy birthday for Francine? It was here a long time ago, and you somehow missed it. You didn't let me know, okay?
Okay, I'll try to do it. Happy birthday to Francine.
Would you wake up and just sing the song Awake, okay?
All right, girl, try it. Help me. Just slap me in the face, okay?
Oh, this is going to be great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday to Francine.
Just start over, okay?
Okay. Happy birthday to Francine. Happy birthday to Francine. Happy birthday, dear Francine. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Hey, John Boy's supposed to say that. But wow, your voice sounded so much better today. What's going on?
Well, I had my cigarettes today, but today they had Retsin, and they were low-cal cigarettes. You know those new ones they got with, what is that stuff they don't have in there? I don't know, but it was missing the high-calorie content.
Wow, that's really strange. I didn't even know cigarettes had calories. Are you smoking like a beef stick?
A beef stick? That's hilarious, great God!
Wow, that's the first time you've ever laughed at one of my jokes, Mary Lou. That's, wow, thank you. Anyways, Francine, if you're here tomorrow, we did sing happy birthday for you. Sorry we missed it earlier. All right, Annie T. Don't push Gray because he's close to the edge. He's trying not to lose his head. That's true, I was feeling like that. Lindsay, that call had one of the worst accent impressions I've ever heard. Michael G. Sack and Fox Nanny, Troll Fun. Stace on the case. Here's for some soups. Kathy Bartlett. Thanks, Gray. 8675309. Huh? Zach Thornhill. Glad you're free. Now stay out, troublemaker. Mama 457 Rose. Jim Long. Ginger Snaps. Jamie. Lindsay. Or Jamie said, love you and your channel, Gray. Thank you for everything you do. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Lindsay. Gosh, Gray. Georgina Stoliker. Tosh. 8675309. You're unaliving it, Gray. You're killing it, Gray. That's what she's saying. You're unaliving it, Gray. Ray, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Sweet P. Thank you for all you do for the victims and actually thinking critically. Well, thank you very much. Georgina Stoliker. JP. Lindsay. It's common for student housing in a shared house with separate leases. I think that's about the keys, yeah. I think I read that earlier. Marie Anderson. Boom. Mary Glaviano. Bale. Left Undone. Wendy Johnson. Sandy 30236. Gummo. Fungus Among Us. Robbie MC. Vasserini. Annie T. Charisma to pick the lock. There you go. Left Undone. Mine locks. I have it set for 5 minutes. And Ann Healy, my 56-year-old sleeping brother, was stabbed in his tent. No one heard anything. He was strong and healthy. Victims are often incapacitated in a way that renders them unable to make any noise. Oh, jeez. Wow. Is that that sounds like a... Did they ever get the killer on that one, Ann? And then Tosh said, shout out to the mods. You guys are working hard tonight. And the freaks appreciate it. And then PayPal was I'm not even sure, was there any? I think there was one. No, it was Lillian sent one in earlier. I saw that. Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, that's going to do it for me. I got to get Mary Lou out of here. I'm tired. Gonna be no extracurriculars at the end. Anyways, tomorrow I'll have to do the spins for both the 10th and the 11th. Alright, because I didn't have time today. I got stuck on something. So, it wasn't at a hut. It's a house. Right.
Huh? It's a house.
Come on, most of you guys love It's a House, don't you? Be honest.
It's a house.
Alright, you guys. Well, thank you guys for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be better days. Who the hell knows? Alright? So, we'll see you then. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
It's a house. It's a house. Huh?
During this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector.
Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture.
Crime collector,
freak corrector,
and I'm always
gonna be a pup protector.
Fool deflector,
Interceptor,
and I'm meaner than a spectre with a
vector
on his
spectre.
With all respect,
ya.
Just remember I've a temple fucking check ya.
I have no agenda. I'm a bartender.
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
Hey, cool, Rebecca Ann. Cool. Very cool, dude.
Dude? Wow, you're crazy, Mary Lou. All right, you guys, we'll see you tomorrow. And again, as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Yay!
Wow, that had a little bit more oomph to it there. But I liked it, Mary Lou.
Oh, you did? You liked it? Let me try it again.
No, I don't want you to do it again, okay? We heard it enough, all right? It was... yeah, we don't need that twice. I can tell you that right now. All right, so good night, everybody. Be safe out there.
Be safe out there.
Oh, God, here we go again.